my elder law attorney to update my will and, make my children different, medical health proxy and who's going to be the executor. And then they sent me, the changes I made in a draft form. In the meantime, I've been talking to people, and a few of my friends said that it might make more sense to have an irrevocable trust, and then everything does not have to then go through probate. Because 5 years ago, when I was the executor for my mom's estate, it took like a year and a half to go through, and it was like having a second job, all the paperwork and scanning stuff and so on and so forth.
So, Teresa, it's just you. You're not married anymore, is that right?
I'm not married. I have a partner that I live with. We've been together 30 years, but yeah, we're not married.
Okay. But, all right. So, first of all, I want, when you're very specific and you use words legally, I want you to understand there's a big difference between irrevocable and revocable. And you used the word irrevocable, and that's not what your friends mean.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Irrevocable means you're giving a gift now in your lifetime that you can't take back.
Oh, okay.
And the reason that most people don't want to do it, unless you're a woman of very, very high net worth, is because when people pass away, their heirs get a stepped-up basis, a tax benefit that they get when you die, that you don't get when you're alive. So if you give stuff away irrevocably when you're alive, there is a gain that has to be paid, and most people don't mean that and don't want that. So for most people, they don't do an irrevocable trust. They do what's called a revocable trust.
Okay.
Meaning that it can be revoked. You can change your mind at any time. You can rip it up.
Okay.
Okay? Similar to a will. Think about a will. Right. A will you can change your mind and rip up at any time. So a revocable will is intended to be a will substitute.
Oh, okay.
Think about it that way. It's an alter ego for you. It doesn't need its own social security number. All your assets, you can manage your own life just the way you manage it, except for this. Except, Teresa, that in order for the revocable trust thing to work, you actually have to transfer your assets into the trust while you're alive.
Okay.
So if you're willing to go to a lawyer, and if you own a home, make sure the deed is transferred into the trust. Go to your bank, transfer your bank accounts into the trust. If you're willing to do all of that admin now, it can make a lot of sense to do a revocable trust now. Right. And then you do what they call a pour over will, which is your will says, if I forgot anything, I'm leaving it to my trust. That's what it says. Okay. But the reason that some people like trusts is because then immediately upon your death, you don't have to wait for an executor to be appointed. Your trust says, when I die, this next person is my trustee, and they go. They don't have to wait for court papers. They just go.
Right.
And so if you have a family where everybody gets along, and you don't anticipate any kind of dishonesty, any kind of behavior that would cause someone to have to look over someone's shoulder, then a trust is a good idea for some people. It's not necessary really in Connecticut, but it's okay. It's good for some people. It's faster. It is more private. People don't really get to know what you have or anything like that because the inventory of your probatable estate is next to nothing because everything's already in the trust. So for people who care about privacy, a trust is a good thing.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes. How does it work with a healthcare proxy?
No, it's completely separate.
Attorney?
Nothing. Totally different. Totally different.
So that would have to be a different document from the attorney.
Yes, and you can't do a trust without having an attorney draft it for you. You could, but don't.
No. I like the guy I go to, so yeah, I would have him do everything.
So, and sometimes when people are married to each other and they're both still alive, they'll do these living trusts, but they won't fund them until the first one dies because it's a little complicated. Otherwise, like it's joint property, who's it going to go to? It can get a little bit weird. But if you're on your own, And you really want to make things very, very easy for your loved ones after you're gone. If you do the trust, you just have to make sure you put everything in the trust now.
Yeah. So my partner and I, we own a condo together, and both vehicles we own together. So does that complicate things?
Well, it really means that your trust can't really own those things, right?
Right.
Because they're jointly owned with your partner. So,
right.
and by jointly owned, do you mean survivorship? In other words, if you pass away, your partner inherits the whole thing?
Right.
And if he passes away first, you inherit the whole thing.
Right.
Let me ask you something. Does he have children from a prior marriage?
He does not. He's never been married.
Okay. Does he care? In other words, does he care to bequeath things to people other than your children? Or, in other words, what does he think about when he goes, his property?
You know what? We never talked about that.
Okay, well, it sounds to me like you probably have to have that conversation because...
We actually do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Teresa, it sounds like you're busy. All right.
Thank you.
You're unpacking. Goodbye. 203-333-9422. You're listening to Lisa on the Law, which we do on Mondays. You can call me at 203-333-9422. And this is... This segment is spun out as a podcast called Lisa on the Law. It's part of the Lisa Wexler show. And we have transcribed them. We are summarizing the transcriptions for you. We are doing keywords. We're creating a library. We hope that it'll be helpful to you. All right. Chris, anybody else with Lisa on the Law? I'm going to move on to something else. All right. So not at this time. So you know what I wanted to do? I wanted you to hear. So it's election season in primary land, and that means that it's voting, and that means that today the polls are open for you to go early voting. You don't need an excuse to do this. You can vote all day long. The polls are open at different times, but I'm sure right now they're open. They're probably open minimum till 6 p.m. where it is you vote. I think a couple of the days this week they're open longer than that. So just make sure if you're a Democrat that you show up to vote because it's an important statewide gubernatorial primary. Get Val from Derby with a Lisa on the Law question. Go ahead, Val.
Good morning, Lisa. Thank you. My question is there an estimated cost about what a revocable trust would cost?
You know, that is such a good question, Val. I got to back up and tell you that I think that lawyers are going to need to price their legal services differently if they aren't already doing it, and most of them are not already doing it. Lawyers, and I speak among myself because this is my group, we are so loath to give anybody flat fees for anything. Most lawyers charge hourly for everything, which is ridiculous for people because the hourly rate is insane and it doesn't give a person an idea of what they're going to ultimately have to pay. If you buy a pair of shoes, you know what it's going to cost. If you go for your tax returns, an accountant tells you this is approximately what my fee is going to be. Only lawyers never tell you what the fee is going to be unless it's a contingent where you kind of don't care anyway because it's either, you're not paying for it unless you get something, right? The 1/3 thing. So in answer to your question, I have a feeling there's a wide range of pricing for living trusts. I have heard, I could be wrong, I have heard that it's a minimum of $2,500 usually to do a living trust. That's typically what it is, but it could be $5,000, it could be $10,000 if it's a very complicated, expensive estate. It could be hourly and less, but in my head, I'm thinking that may more or less be a fee. And then people will charge as well. That's for the living trust. And then there's a package of other estate planning documents like the will that pours into the trust, as well as healthcare proxies and living wills and things like that. So you're maybe all in $3,500, $4,000. I don't know, but maybe $2,500 covers the cost of everything. But I don't know why. But in my head, I heard that that's what some lawyers charge. But it could be a minimum because There are lawyers who will say, and many of them say, that ethically they only feel comfortable charging by the hour. And they can't tell you ahead of time until they sit down and meet with you and know how complicated your situation is.
All right. And one other question. In your conversation with the previous caller, you said if everyone gets along. So is it a trust not a good idea if everyone doesn't get along?
In my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, it's more problematic. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay. I'm going to tell you why. When you have traditional probate, there is an orderly process where people get notice of what's happening and they have an opportunity to object. So if you have people that don't get along and you have put, your son as the executor, but your daughter says, my mom made a mistake here. My brother shouldn't be the executor. The daughter will have an opportunity to object to that. But if you do a trust and you name your trustees, they are automatically your trustees when you go, and they have to affirmatively do something bad before anybody will get wind of it, know about it, be able to stop it or claw it back. So the issue is, to me, if you anticipate that people won't get along or that someone's not completely seeing things the way you would in terms of your values and your honesty, I think you shouldn't do a trust. This is my opinion. Because then at least you have the oversight of a court. Otherwise, there's no oversight for these people. They go ahead and do their thing. And then the other beneficiaries, when they find out about it, oftentimes they're left at the short end of the stick. There's very little they can do about it afterwards. See what I mean?
In your opinion, is there a suggestion on who should be an executor of your will?
Yes. In my opinion, it should be your family, if you can make it your family. And if you're not sure, you should make all your children and let them work it out when you die, because they'll know how to handle it, as opposed to favoring one over the other. Name them all and then let them work it out when you're gone. That's my opinion. Okay. Now, if you have 6, it's a problem. But if you have 2 or even 3, it's not such a problem.
Right, exactly. But if they're in different states and different stages of
Don't
their
worry
life,
about it. Don't worry about it. No, let them work it out, because then they will know that you didn't favor one or the other, and they will decline, and they'll let the other one who's local do it all anyway.
All right. Well, you are always such a value to society, and I appreciate your opinions and advice today.
Thank you, Val. You be well. Take care of yourself. Thank you.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon, some with gusty winds and heavy rain near 80. Any early showers end this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 3rd. Happy birthday to former Westport resident and bestie of Snoop Dogg, Martha Stewart.
With a little care and a little patience, anybody can learn to rewire a lamp.
Also from Westport, the first person ever to be heard on CBS News 60 Minutes, Harry Reasoner, passed away in 1991.
Good evening. This is 60 Minutes. It's a kind of a magazine for television, which means it has the flexibility and diversity of a magazine adapted to broadcast journalism.
In 2006, Blue's Clues concluded its 10-year run on Nickelodeon.
Hi out there, it's me, Steve. Have you seen Blue, my puppy?
August 3rd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. Live and local news all day. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Calling for his ex-son-in-law, Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller, to leave Congress over abuse allegations. Ohio's senior senator and fellow Republican Bernie Moreno. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
In a February police report obtained by ABC News, Moreno told authorities her daughter came back from staying with Miller and had a fractured collarbone and what appeared to be a handprint bruise on her shoulder. Moreno also detailed an alleged pattern of abuse against her, alleging Miller threw her against the wall weeks earlier and saying in 2024 he held a gun to her head and separately threw hot water on her. Moreno told authorities her toddler said, "Daddy, kill you."
Miller denies the allegation, saying he's never been charged. Two Republican senators who delayed the Todd Blanche nomination for Attorney General say they're satisfied that Blanche has met their demands by releasing written statements on killing a proposed political compensation fund and immunity from IRS audits for the Trump family and others. On the latter, ABC News legal contributor, Hofstra law professor James Sample.
This particular contract, if you will, always suffered from the problem of the fact that there wasn't really adversity, i.e. that both sides were essentially the same side.
The Judiciary Committee vote is expected tomorrow. President Trump saying new Iran talks would start today, but Iran denies it, saying it's close to a deal with Oman to create a temporary route through the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Matt Rivers and Amon Jordan.
They do say they are getting closer to a lasting agreement with Oman. Exactly what is in that agreement, what it looks like, will be some sort of toll system. We're not sure at the moment, but it does appear that those two countries at least are getting closer toward an agreement that would obviously affect the rest of the world.
2 deaths have been reported in the parasitic stomach bug outbreak in Michigan, says the state health department. Cases in the state have topped 11,000. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Trump Media is launching a new feature giving some subscribers early access to the president's social media posts. ABC News Washington Bureau Managing Editor Catherine Falders.
The idea here is that they will get access within milliseconds faster, if you will, than me or you. When we see these things posted on the president's social media platform, critics have raised the prospects of that, but also say that it's corrupt, that it's another example of presidential self-enrichment.
New details on the mass shooting that left 3 people dead outside a fast food restaurant. ABC's Trevor Ault at the scene in Twin Falls, Idaho.
The first 911 calls coming in Saturday afternoon. Hundreds of people in this crowded shopping center running for their lives. Video shows Jordan Salinas, the citizen who returned fire, taking on the shooter and likely saving lives. The 35-year-old tells the Idaho Statesman he had just pulled into the parking lot when he heard the gunfire. He said he felt no fear, adding, quote, "There's a task that needs to be done, and we're the ones who need to do it," and said the gunman did not like it when bullets started firing both ways.
In a new alert, Microsoft is warning that it identified widespread compromise of Wi-Fi networks at hotels and other hospitality-related businesses. Russian-backed hackers will use hotel Wi-Fi networks to create fake pages that look like real Microsoft 365 logins, and they'll steal your credentials or send malware. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Luke Bronin is hoping his ascent in politics leads all the way to Washington, D.C. His resume is littered with high-profile stops at Greenwich Country Day School, Phillips Exeter Academy, Yale Law School, Rhodes Scholar, and Mayor of Hartford. His main opponent is incumbent Connecticut 1st District Congressman John Larson, who is touting his upbringing in the Mayberry Village public housing complex and says Bronin's upbringing is from a life of privilege. Bronin refutes that notion and says the people saw him work hard for 8 years as mayor of Hartford. West Hartford State Representative Jillian Gilchrist and Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune are also on the ballot for the Democratic primary set for August 11th. More than 35 school districts, including Stratford, Norwalk, and New Haven, are embracing the artificial intelligence program Magic School this coming fall. New Haven Public Schools is joining the growing list after a successful pilot program citing the platform's ability to translate classroom materials into 98 languages and help teachers with lesson planning, feedback, and other daily tasks. District leaders say the platform includes strong privacy protections that comply with Connecticut student data laws, while schools are also teaching AI literacy and digital citizenship to ensure students are using the technology responsibly and ethically. Liberty Bank is embracing AI by hiring a new chief AI officer. Mark Sylvain has been appointed to the first-of-its-kind role within the bank. He will be in charge of the bank's new internal function called the AI Center of Excellence. The idea was introduced in June, and the bank says it will be responsible for ensuring AI initiatives align with business objectives, regulatory expectations, and risk standards. Sylvain is from Boston and earned his MBA from the Edinburgh Business School at Heriot-Watt University. Liberty Bank has over 50 locations throughout Connecticut and Western Massachusetts. And Hartford Healthcare is launching a new program designed to help certain patients from their own homes. The system is called Cadence, and its technology will use AI insights and clinician oversight to help patients with high blood pressure, heart failure, and diabetes. President and CEO Jeffrey Flax says he believes the future of healthcare is in the patient's home. He calls the new technology, quote, a game changer, and says that it will help people, quote, live their healthiest life. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain is letting up across
WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield. Weather update.
Street, North Washington Street, as well as portions of State Street and Iranistan Avenue. Northbound on 95, accident reported near exit 19 in Southport. Northbound Parkway, very heavy, no exits on Westport into Fairfield. Route 8 looks good, no major problems into New Haven County.
Clearing
Tom
after
Colangelo,
midnight in the
WICC
60s.
traffic.
Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late-day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hey, what's, and by the way, happy Monday for you. Yeah, good week to come back here, right here, WICC, 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. What do I always say? They eventually will show you who they are. And it's starting really early for 2028. We've known for 2026, well, now it's really starting early for 2028. And I was thinking over the weekend, I was thinking a few days ago, I was thinking to myself, well, maybe I should back off a little on this. Maybe I'm being a little too reactionary on this sort of stuff. Maybe I should give it a pause there. Then I hear this over the weekend and I say, no, I'm not going to. And I know you're going to say, I'm going to get people texting me and going, oh, here you go on this again. Well, yeah, I am going to go on this. And if you don't like it, go listen down the dial somewhere. I have no patience for people telling me, well, you're doing this again, and this is boring. Let's talk about potholes and Seymour. No. This stuff is far more important. You have a former vice president of the United States trying to become or trying to keep up with the new leftism in the Democratic Party, now saying she wants to, figuratively, not literally with bombs, but she wants to blow up a couple of main aspects of the U.S. government here. And I said, no, she didn't really say this, did she? Yes, she did. And this is the sort of stuff I'm warning you on here, because I know people say, well, these far left ideas, they're just with crazed kooks. No, they're not. These are becoming mainstream ideas. And although none of them may become actually something enacted in reality, it should scare the crap out of you, especially if you're an old line kind of centrist Democrat who just wishes the nuts on the right and the nuts on the left would all shut their nutty mouths, and we can go back and be able to comport ourselves with some normalcy. So Kamala Harris is in Nashville tail end of last week or over the weekend at the National Urban League Convention. It's being held in Nashville, and of course the National Urban League is a long-running organization dealing with cities, minority issues, stuff like that. All right, nothing wrong with that. But she says something that even she admits is going to stir the pot. Now, maybe she's doing this just to get her name in the cycle because she's not polling all that well for 2028. But having said that, she still said this. So you tell me if this isn't crazy, and maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just overreacting to this because this is not the first time we've heard this. Or is this an indicator that they've completely lost their minds? You tell me. Listen close, all right?
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College.
Oh.
We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts.
She's out of her mind. A, if she's doing this to think it's going to help her, that's wrong. And B, if she believes this, she's out of her freaking mind. Did you hear that, folks? This is what liberals do. This is what Democrats do. When they win, they never say anything about the Electoral College. Did Joe Biden? Did anybody complain about the Electoral College when Joe Biden won? And yes, he won. When he won in 2020. This is lunacy. We hear this all the time. Well, the Electoral College was rooted in slavery. Yeah, all right, maybe it was. Not going to deny that. There are different interpretations of it. But why do you only care about this stuff when you lose? This is not some whacked out person per se. This is a person who for 4 years was one heartbeat away, literally, from being the leader of the free world. And she says this?
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College.
Why? Why? Because you lost?
We need to.
Because you couldn't put two words together?
The point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts.
This is where the Democratic Party is right now. They have no ideas. Their ideas are we hate Trump, we hate Israel and Jews, and let's crazy talk like this.
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular,
stupid.
We need to revisit the Electoral College.
Oh, God.
We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts.
Did she ever read about the political consequences that FDR suffered when he tried to pack the U.S. Supreme Court, Madam VP? Or did you never get to that part of the book? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Or maybe you think that's a good idea. But where's your policy, or where are the policies on immigration? Where are the policies on taxation? Where are the policies on border security? How about that? Where are your foreign policy chops? Well, Trump is taking us into World War III. All right. Well, then, for God's sake, what are your ideas? Instead of trying to blow up a system that you only seem to bitch and moan about, or two systems, actually, the Supreme Court and the Electoral College, which you only bitch and whine and moan about when you lose. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Kamala Harris is at least suggesting adding 4 justices to the Supreme Court and eliminating the Electoral College. So you want to eliminate the Electoral College, so that means the 10 or 12 most populous states will likely have an outsized influence on electing any president, Democrat or Republican? Really? Really? So you want to take us from a democratic republic to a direct democracy, which in some ways can be the most oppressive form of government, a direct democracy? Really? She can't, I'm not going to say it. She can't be this vapid, can she? Or, and I heard this from 2 or 3 Dems over the weekend, or is the new Democratic platform simply tearing down stuff that, geez, I don't know, they don't like?
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-500-8585. That's 800-500-8585. 800-500-8585.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
That'll be 8452.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Don't miss the Fairfield University School of Graduate Studies around the region every weekday with Melissa in the morning. Melissa brings you the biggest news from Connecticut and around the region.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, some delays getting into Southport, Westport. We had an accident by exit 19. Looks like that's gone. Lower part of the county, not too bad. Parkway's a little bit heavy in through Westport, getting in through the no exit zone. No major construction projects working across the area because of the inclement weather. Still okay, Route 8 through the Valley, 84, Newtown into Danbury, not too bad. Northbound 95 accident near exit 54 in Brantford. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
100 years as the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College.
What?
We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts.
Dear God, Madam Vice President, ma'am, if you don't mind me, and I was asking, ma'am, yes, thank you for taking my question. Are you serious? I heard this over the weekend, and I said, listen, I know where she is. I know what the audience is of the National Urban League. Is she out of her mind? Seriously. Come on. You can't be serious. Looking at getting rid of the Electoral College. Why? Because you got your rear end handed to you in 7 states, in 7 swing states? You got destroyed by a guy that half the country, maybe a little half, more than half of the country, loathes. They can't stand him, and he beat you in the Electoral College by a wide margin. He beat you in 7 swing states, and he beat you in the raw vote. And you think the idea is, this is what kills me, folks. They think the idea is to change the rules. That's like losing a football game in the NFL. That's like the Jets losing, which is commonplace. And, you know, the players afterwards saying, well, you know, the 4 downs killed us. If we had 5 downs, or if we had no downs, we just kept the ball till either we scored or somebody took it away from us, we would have won the game. I think we have to look into that. Is she serious? Come on. That's the last thing we need in this country. And if a Republican said it, I'd be doubly as nuts. Well, maybe you agree with her. And I know we've had this discussion before about the Electoral College and the people on the Supreme Court, and should there be term limits? All right, I get you. But she can't be serious here. If she is, that's frightening. I'm telling you. You know, it's things like that that almost make me, well, I say on social media all the time, Madam VP, please run again, please, because I'm going to need a whole bunch of new material in about a year and a half. God willing, I'm here. And we're all together here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, she was a member of the U.S. Senate. Does she not understand why the inherent purpose of the Electoral College is supposed to be? That you have to, at least the way it's evolved now, you can't just concentrate on the 5 or 6 or 7 biggest states here because of the raw vote there. You've got to run national campaigns, although nobody ever comes here in Connecticut because we're deep blue, and they don't come north of Fairfield County because Democrats or Republicans go into Fairfield County. They get those big checks at those private fundraisers on the Gold Coast, and they say, see you later. We're done. We're out of here. Well, sir, can you stop in New Haven? New Haven? Why am I going to stop in New Haven? Madam Vice President, will you be stopping in Bridgeport? Why would I do that? But yet, the system that 99 times out of 100 gives them, by all due proper means, the 7 electoral votes in Connecticut here, 5 for the House, 2 for the Senate, they're still complaining about a system that helps them in this state. It's mind-boggling. Although maybe you agree with Ms. Harris, who may be running again in 2028. You tell me. Got the answers piling in here, by the way, on Facebook, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Former VP Kamala Harris has suggested now adding 4 justices to the U.S. Supreme Court. And she's saying, well, there are 13 district courts, federal courts. I get that. I understand that. But was she saying that? Maybe she was. I don't know. At the outset of the 2024 campaign? See, listen, she can suggest anything she wants. I'm not telling her not to speak or to stop speaking or to not put ideas out there, no matter how dopey or brilliant they may be. I'm not saying that. And I didn't see the whole thing. Maybe she's talking policy also. I don't know. But even if you're talking policy, why would you bring this up? We can't get a spending bill passed in D.C., and you're talking about getting rid of the Electoral College. And there are people in the modern-day Democratic Party who are saying the same thing. What happened to the great ideas from the Democratic Party? What happened to them? Seriously. You folks who are happy, card-carrying, registered Democrats, God bless you. Good for you. Because when your party is normal, the Republicans tend to be a little more normal. When the GOP can never get back to some segment of normalcy, the Democrats will calm down. There's a great equilibrium here of politics. But really? Getting rid of the Electoral College again because you lost and, packing the Supreme Court again because you lose decisions there. Really? Really? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, some delays getting into Southport, Westport. We had an accident of bikes in 19. Looks like that's gone. Lower part of the county, not too bad. Parkway's a little bit heavy in through Westport, getting in through the no exit zone. No major construction projects working across the area because of the inclement weather. Still okay, Route 8 through the Valley, 84, Newtown into Danbury, not too bad. Northbound 95 accident near exit 54 in Brantford. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
At Stanford Health, exceptional women's care means being ready for anything.
32 weeks into my pregnancy, I was diagnosed with an invasive breast cancer. The happiest time of my life became the most frightening. Doctors at Stanford Health performed an emergency C-section, lumpectomy, and a lymph node dissection. My daughter and I are healthy today because of the care we received.
For every age and stage, exceptional care is here for you at Stanford Health.
Looking for the lowest price on Continental tires? Go to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any Continental tire you choose. Plus, Town Fair Tire gives you the most free services for life. That's more free services than any other tire dealer. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life on your Continental tires, nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Nobody builds a business without hearing a few reasons it won't work. Too risky, too crowded, too ambitious. But the people who move things forward usually hear those words first. Because growing a business takes more than optimism. It takes nerve, and eventually, a partner built for what's next. That's Next Rodeo. Big thinking, proven creative. For businesses still moving forward. Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want. Meet us at thenextrodeo.com.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut.
So do we get rid of the Electoral College, as our former VP said? Do we pack the Supreme Court, or is this just whining because you lost?
This is WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump saying new Iran talks would start today, but Iran says they're not talking with the U.S., but that it is close to a deal with Oman to create a temporary route through the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Matt Rivers and Amon Jordan.
When you're talking about control of that waterway, the two countries directly on that strait would be those two countries, the Iranians and Oman.
Hundreds of homes reported burned to the ground by wildfires in Spokane, Washington, say fire officials. ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane.
More than 7,000 acres burning. Home after home burned to the ground. Residents and their family members are coming back to find what's left.
2 deaths have been reported in the parasitic stomach bug outbreak in Michigan, says the state health department. 2 Republican senators who delayed the Todd Blanche nomination for Attorney General say they're satisfied Blanche has met their demands. A Judiciary Committee vote is expected tomorrow. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 12-year-old child is injured after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. Police say the victim was riding an electric bicycle on Welch's Point between Midwood and Long Island View when he was struck by a Subaru Forester Sunday morning. The victim was taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries, and the driver of the Subaru, 60-year-old Robert Norden, was booked for operating under the influence. A pedestrian is dead after being struck by a vehicle in Stamford. Police say 78-year-old Carmen Ilapa was walking across Progress Drive near Stillwater Avenue when she was struck by an SUV on Friday morning. Ilapa was taken to a hospital where she died. No charges have been filed against the driver. The number of deadly motorcycle crashes in Connecticut is on the rise. Connecticut State Police say 17 deadly motorcycle collisions have taken place statewide this year as of Friday. That marks a 112% increase over the same period in 2025. Milford's new speed cameras have already issued more than 16,000 citations, generating at least $1 million in fines and fees. Police say Woodruff Road recorded the most speeding violations with more than 26,000 in just over 2 months. Officials say speeding in camera locations has dropped 71% since the program began. However, there is a renewed push to remove the cameras in Milford. At the scheduled Board of Aldermen meeting tonight, there will be plans to discuss the possibility of removing license plate readers and speed enforcement cameras. Sarah Wood from the group Deflock Milford spoke about the concerns that she and fellow residents have.
No one is denying that speeding is dangerous. The question is whether Milford's answer should be cameras that mail a bill after the fact, or a growing network that records our plates, that watches public spaces. We can slow cars and protect people without needing to track everyone.
The meeting begins at 7:30, and there will be opportunity for public comment. Plans to redevelop Norwalk's Manresa Wilds have hit opposition from neighbors. The area was purchased by billionaire philanthropists Austin and Allison McCord in 2024, and the pair announced plans to clean up the pollutants before opening it up for public access. The initial phase of building trails, picnic areas, and an outdoor classroom is already under construction, but after submitting their final vision for the property, the potential uses have some neighbors concerned. The McCords have submitted plans for a hotel, amphitheater, restaurants, parking garages, and a performing arts center. Residents recently protested at a recent city meeting, asking for more vetting on impacts from traffic, noise, and pollution. The Connecticut Department of Transportation is awarding 11 towns and cities $16.8 million in grants. The grants are part of the state local bridge program, which will support 13 bridge rehab projects throughout the state. So far, the program has awarded more than $180 million in grants for bridges in 2026. The Department of Transportation says the state has roughly 4,200 bridges. Stanford is receiving more than $3.7 million to rehab West Broad Street over the Rippewam River, while Fairfield and New Milford are both receiving more than $2.5 million for repairs. Early voting for the August 11th primary election begins today. Roughly 100 early voting locations are open throughout the state until August 9th for registered voters to vote in person. Voters must be registered to a particular party in order to vote for that party's primary, and registered voters who are unaffiliated have until noon on August 10th to change affiliations. On the Democratic side, incumbent Governor Ned Lamont faces a challenge from Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott.
We can do better. Let's actually make healthcare, childcare, housing, and energy affordable. Make the billionaires pay their fair share.
I want you to believe in the state of Connecticut again. We've invested in our kids. We've invested in our cities. We have more new jobs created than ever before, and we've cut taxes.
In the race for the 1st Congressional District, incumbent John Larson is facing challenges from West Hartford State Representative Jillian Gilchrist, Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune, and party-endorsed candidate, former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. Darien Little League beat Waterford 7-4 on Sunday to win the Connecticut State Championship. They are heading to the Metro Regional for the first time since 1966, with a chance to go to Williamsport. Catcher Hugh Butler hit 2 home runs for Darien, including a solo shot in the first inning and a 2-run blast in the bottom of the 5th, which were the final runs of the game. Last year, the Fairfield National Little League All-Stars finished 3rd in the world in Williamsport. And the Connecticut Sun have traded away the 7th overall pick in last year's draft, Anissa Morrow, to Toronto. Morrow has 9 double-doubles on the year and is averaging nearly 12 points and 9 rebounds per game off the bench. In exchange, the Sun received the rights to forward Maria Kliandikova and a 2028 second-round draft pick. Connecticut is currently in 14th place in the WNBA standings, a game and a half ahead of the last place Seattle Storm. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New crash reported northbound on 95. This is up between exits 18 and 19. It's reportedly a multi-car in Westport. Not too bad out of Stamford through Darien. Lower end of the Parkway doing okay. A little bit slow getting into Westport. And you slow a little bit on the Fairfield side by the Fairfield Rest. Route 8 looks good. Derby, Shelton, no major problems. 95 in the Parkway, New Haven County doing okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422-333-WICC. Great to have you with us here on this. Well, it's a Monday, yes. First day of a brand new work/programming week/ whatever you do Monday through Friday. Maybe you don't work Monday through Friday. Maybe you do Tuesday through Saturday. I know some people who do that Wednesday through Sunday. Whatever part of your work week this is, we are most happy and glad and humbled to have you with us right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com, where we chew over stuff like this.
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College. We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts.
Madam Vice President, that was the former VP Kamala Harris speaking, I think, last Friday in Nashville at the National Urban League Convention. Really? Madam VP, with all due respect, did you not read what happened in history to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of the scions of your party, ma'am, who tried to do that, and it single-handedly, when he tried to pack the court in the 1930s, it resuscitated a dying Republican Party. You want to do that again post-Trump? Where are the real policy initiatives? Because as a Republican, I'd love to hear that. Because if the Democrats are grounded, the Republicans are grounded. If the Republicans are grounded and less crazy, the Democrats are grounded and less crazy. You bitch and moan, every one of you, and bang your head on the wall that, well, the Republican thing with the immigration is cruel and unusual. All right, then, what's your idea? What's your idea? Do you have none? Are you afraid to say what they are? Do you think that the GOP and the centrists will pillage the idea? Maybe they will, but you know what? A good idea is a good idea if people start to copy it, isn't there? It's the same way I always say Republicans have zero ideas when it comes to health care. They don't. 10, 12 years ago, we're going to replace Obamacare. Replace it with what? Hot air? You would have done great on that one. I mean, it's crazy talk. And if you don't like Donald Trump so much, is it now, while he is in there spinning his wheels as to what's going on in Iran? We don't know how that one's going to end. Is it now the perfect time for all my progressive and Democratic friends to act like the adults in the room? Now, you'll probably do pretty good in the midterms coming up. But if some of those midterm winners are nuts, you'll get destroyed in 2028. You will. Trust me. You've got all the mainline Dems, well, not the mainline, but you've got a lot of traditional Dems. They are, how should I say, having bowel movements of bricks this week with all these primaries and trying to fend off some of these far-left candidates, like Mr. Syed in Michigan, who once, and we'll get to this later, said, I don't know if Israel should exist or not. He's in that camp. All right. So we'll get to that. But my God, we're going to get rid of the Electoral College. And this, and I'm telling you, this went out in like a memo because I heard this 3 or 4 times. I heard this 3 or 4 times over the weekend, once from the former vice president, another couple of times from some pundits going, really? You're doing this now? Get rid of... Now, there have been people who have argued that the origins of the Electoral College are steeped in slavery, that it is an unfair system, not a fair system. Well, if you want to talk about that, fine. But don't throw it out there like it's a handful of Skittles, if you know what I mean. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love the fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey. Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay? I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, still delays getting into Westport. Southport, just past Sherwood Island, still reports of a multi-vehicle accident. Not bad out of Stamford and Greenwich. Parkway moves Stamford, Greenwich to Norwalk, slowing into Westport. It's a pretty good Route 8, no problems getting up into Derby, Shelton. 84 is not too bad for Newtown. 95 in the Parkway, okay, New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield, weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late-day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College. We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts.
Now, let me ask the hypothetical here, and thank you. That was the former VP of the great U.S. of A., Kamala Harris, speaking to the National Urban League Convention in Nashville last week, I think Friday this was. Would she be, and I'm just asking this is not to be pedantic here or trying to troll her, if she had defeated Mr. Trump in November of 2024, coming up on 2 years ago, would she want to reimagine or reassess the Electoral College? Think she may want it? I don't know. I'm thinking the odds of that might not be good. If the balance on the court was not 6-3 currently, conservative/Republican, you could say, on the court, and if it was 6-3 the other day or 5-4, do you think she would be saying the same thing or not? Just wondering. That's kind of a rhetorical question. Jeff in Southington leads us off today. Jeff, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. So earlier you had talked about Joe Biden, and when Joe Biden won, why wasn't he complaining about getting rid of the Electoral College? I think the answer is pretty simple, that he won the popular vote by a pretty big margin. He won the popular vote by about 4.5 points, so he had no reason to complain about the Electoral College.
Okay.
The only reason the Democrats are complaining, and first of all, I do agree with you most of the time. This is one of the few areas I'm going to disagree with you on. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the popular vote because, as you know, in 90% of the states, your vote doesn't matter. It's a predetermined outcome which way your state's going to go. So there's always 6 or 7 states that determine the election every 4 years.
Yeah.
So we have no reason to go vote for president when we know it's already decided, and it doesn't make any sense. It violates the equality of one person, one vote. Somebody who has a vote in Wyoming is so much more valuable than somebody who has a vote in California. Or I should say somebody who has a vote in Pennsylvania, a big swing state, is so much more valuable than any other state. It doesn't make any sense. I don't really care about slavery. I don't really care why the Electoral College was started. I know there's a lot of history behind that, but it no longer makes any sense in the world in which we live.
So Dave, in that sense, if you so are you saying the popular vote should decide it, and that's it?
That's it. That's absolutely it. Every other developed country in the world does it that way. Why are we abnormal like that?
Because
if the popular vote is so terrible, why don't we have the Electoral College in every single state? But we have popular votes to determine all state elections. Why does that not make sense?
Well, because we have determined in the past here that a direct democracy, which I think is what you're advocating here, can be a lot worse than anything else. Because if you have 50 million people voting one way plus one, and then you have another 50 million people voting the same way or the opposite way minus one vote, you literally are, this is a favorite word that the left likes to use, disenfranchising people who, as you say, their votes don't matter because of a handful of votes?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the person that gets the most votes should win no matter what. You're not disenfranchising.
Well, we don't have a direct democracy.
If the minority loses,
we don't have a
if the minority loses the vote, they're not being disenfranchised. They lost fair and square.
Yeah, but we don't have a direct democracy. We have a democratic republic.
I know that. I know that. But I'm simply saying we should not have the Electoral College. We can still have we can still have the Senate and the House and all that good stuff with a popular vote. Other countries, every other developed country in the world has a democratic republic like we do, and they have the popular vote to elect their leaders. Why are we abnormal?
I have read simulations, Jeff, that say, and they've run these simulations, they've done this numerous times in years, not using the Electoral College and using something that you talk about, the popular vote. And I read one analysis that was interesting that said, hey, if you took away the Electoral College from the U.S., basically 10 or 12 large states would decide every election. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because it's the popular vote. Because the person in California has the same vote as the person in Connecticut. So it's not that the people in California, Texas, and Florida are going to decide the election. It's going to be everybody's vote is equal.
But there would be, and Jeff, thank you for the call. I do appreciate it. I do have to move, but wouldn't that be, look, God bless you, Jeff. Thank you. I'm glad you brought some cogent arguments to the show today. But this is the thing where you can have arguments on both sides. And the other theory behind, as the modern interpretation is with the Electoral College, it kind of makes you go to states that you wouldn't normally go to as you're trying to cobble together a national strategy here. Look, the Electoral College is not going anywhere. Now, one thing I would like to see, here's a change that maybe could make the Electoral College more fair, is I do not like winner-take-all Electoral College states, and there's 48 of them, remember now. How about you do the Electoral College by congressional district? So you've amplified something that was a worry of our last caller about people's votes being counted. So if you're in a red state, but there's a blue district, shouldn't the Democratic candidate get an Electoral College vote out of a district that he or she wins in a red state, or red state or a red state giving a blue candidate, or I'm sorry, the other way around, a blue state giving a red state victor there? And I think there are a handful of states that do that. One's in New England, isn't it? Vermont or New Hampshire, and then one out west. Because remember, states can allocate their electoral votes any way they want. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, all right. Rainy day, no work outside.
Yeah.
Here I am visiting you.
Thank you.
It is a funny thing. I don't agree with Jeff at all. His one man, one vote concept. I'll start with this, but I am in favor of the Electoral College, and mainly because it is a stop limit to untoward election politics in any one state.
Yeah.
Connecticut cannot distort the national vote any more than our 7 electoral votes. Our congressional representation is the number of electoral votes we get. And so we cannot do more damage because of our weird, lack of ID, voting kind of, whatever our rules are. We don't want them perverting the national vote. And so we can't pervert it more than the 7 electoral votes we are allowed. And if we did popular vote, you've got like New Haven with a generally around 13 to 15 to 1 Democrat to Republican voting standard. And all the election officials, they're all Democrat. All the judges, they're all Democrat. And so the rules are completely rigged to pervert the count. And every vote that we run up extra in Connecticut for one team or the other has an effect nationally. And I think this has stopped the damage. And the other thing I want to comment on this, the one man, one vote concept that the previous caller, Jeff, was promoting. I want you to think about this. The electoral votes are apportioned on census counts, not on voter counts. And so if you live in a county that's got 1/3 illegal or legal non-voting immigrants, instead of the 700 and odd, generally each congressional district is around 700,000 people
in the state.
And I'd say, and so let's say 2/3 of them are of age to vote. And so you're one of about 550,000 voting. Well, if half the population is non-voting immigrants, you're not one of 500,000. You're one of only 250,000 voting.
So
they
it distorts.
get way more voting strength for their one vote. And I'll end it on this. Your suggestion that winner take all per congressional district is an excellent one to stop the incredible lopsidedness of losing by one in a massive state like California or New Jersey or New York. And you get all, 45 electoral votes?
No, it's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. It should be by congressional district.
David, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. And you liking one of my ideas is high praise. I take it. I do, honestly. No, I think that's a good compromise between people who believe wholeheartedly in our system. You can never change it. And our caller, Jeff, who said, no, this is not right. And states can do this. Only a couple of states do. So in Connecticut, with our 7 electoral votes, 5 of them being House districts, but if by some miracle a Republican were to win, say, the 5th congressional district, then that person would get 1 electoral vote. And Democrat, whoever the Democratic candidate might be, would get the other 4.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident in the valley northbound on Route 8 as you make your way out of Seymour into Beacon Falls, seeing about a mile of delay. 95, very heavy Norwalk into Westport. We had a multi-car crash out by exit 18 just past Sherwood Island. Parkway jams out of Norwalk into Westport. Fairfield side, not too bad, both 95 and the Parkway. A decent ride, 95 and the Parkway, New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield, weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And again, I'm getting my daily text messages from a couple of people, 1 or 2, who... insist that I'm a MAGA Republican. Okay. I don't know how many more I'll say this one more time, then never bring it up again. All you people who think I'm a MAGA Republican, you'd be a little surprised at my voting record the past 3 presidential races. All right, I think you misconstrue my interpretation of what's going on in the country right now, and how either party or neither or neither or either could improve themselves or drive themselves into a ditch. You misinterpret that as to who I voted for. It's kind of odd.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump saying new Iran talks would start today, but Iran says they're not meeting with the U.S. Iran says it's close to a deal with Oman to create a temporary route through the Strait of Hormuz.
We're straight about it, but they deny it. But they're not denying it now. They just put out a statement not denying it.
At the White House this past hour, Trump making several statements.
We're talking about the strait, the opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow, completely open.
And this warning to Iran.
This is the last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is the last chance for them to sign a good document.
President Trump also again insisting, without evidence, that while the Justice Department dismissed charges in the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool case, saying evidence points to botched work by the contractor, Trump says it was also vandalism, criticizing the U.S. attorney investigating.
I was disappointed with Jeanine Pirro, really disappointed with Jeanine Pirro. She folded like an umbrella.
Hundreds of homes are reported burned to the ground, say fire officials in Spokane, Washington. Little or no containment on the wildfires. ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane.
More than 7,000 acres burning. Home after home burned to the ground. Residents and their family members are coming back to find what's left.
No known deaths, say fire officials. 2 deaths have been reported in the parasitic stomach bug outbreak in Michigan, says the state health department. Cases in the state have topped 11,000. 2 Republican senators who delayed the Todd Blanche nomination for Attorney General say they're now satisfied that Blanche has met their demands by releasing written statements on killing a proposed political compensation fund and also an issue about immunity from IRS audits for the Trump family and others. Judiciary Committee vote is expected tomorrow. You're listening to ABC News.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at DripDrop.com and use promo code Radio20 for 20% off your first order. That's DripDrop.com, promo code Radio20 for 20% off your first order. Head to DripDrop.com now and use promo code Radio20.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Calling for his ex-son-in-law, Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller, to leave Congress over abuse allegations, Ohio's senior senator and fellow Republican Bernie Moreno. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
In a February police report obtained by ABC News, Moreno told authorities her daughter came back from staying with Miller and had a fractured collarbone and what appeared to be a handprint bruise on her shoulder. Moreno also detailed an alleged pattern of abuse against her.
Miller refusing to resign and denying the allegations. Construction can raise a racket, but the overall industry lately has been much quieter, says ABC's Jim Ryan.
The monthly construction spending report lags by a month, so the latest figures reflect construction activity in June. Residential and private construction both fell that month, while non-residential building picked up about 0.1%. The Census Bureau says construction spending hit a plateau in mid-2024 and has been trending downward ever since.
Microsoft issuing a security warning about hotel Wi-Fi. The company saying Russian hackers are using phony sign-in pages to break into your accounts. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
Microsoft says you should assume that public and hotel Wi-Fi networks might not be trustworthy. Using your phone as a hotspot is a safer option, but make sure that you check your plan's data allowance first. And if you are using 365, consider passwordless login options like passkeys or multi-factor authentication.
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 12-year-old child is injured after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. Police say the victim was riding an electric bicycle on Welch's Point between Midwood and Long Island View when he was struck by a Subaru Forester Sunday morning. The victim was taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries, and the driver of the Subaru, 68-year-old Robert Norden, was booked for operating under the influence. Milford's new speed cameras have already issued more than 16,000 citations, generating at least $1 million in fines and fees. Police say Woodruff Road recorded the most speeding violations, with more than 26,000 in just over 2 months. Officials say speeding in camera locations has dropped 71% since the program began. However, there is a renewed push to remove the cameras in Milford. At the scheduled Board of Aldermen meeting tonight, there will be plans to discuss the possibility of removing license plate readers and speed enforcement cameras. Sarah Wood from the group Deflock Milford spoke about the concerns that she and fellow residents have.
No one is denying that speeding is dangerous. The question is whether Milford's answer should be cameras that mail a bill after the fact, or a growing network that records our plates, that watches public spaces. We can slow cars and protect people without needing to track everyone.
The meeting begins at 7:30, and there will be opportunity for public comment. And Luke Bronin is hoping his ascent in politics leads all the way to Washington, D.C. His resume is littered with high-profile stops at Greenwich Country Day School, Phillips Exeter Academy, Yale Law School, Rhodes Scholar, and Mayor of Hartford. His main opponent is incumbent Connecticut 1st District Congressman John Larson, who is touting his upbringing in the Mayberry Village public housing complex and says Bronin's upbringing is from a life of privilege. Bronin refutes that notion and says the people saw him work hard for 8 years as mayor of Hartford. West Hartford State Representative Jillian Gilchrist and Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune are also on the ballot for the Democratic primary set for August 11th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Finally, accident gone northbound on 95 just past Sherwood Island, but the delays still go back into Norwalk. Not too bad. Stamford up to Norwalk, though. Parkway looks good, too, from Stamford up to Norwalk. Very heavy into Westport. That's all volume. Fairfield side looking okay, both 95 and the Parkway. Route 8, Derby, Shelton, okay. Accident cleared further north near Beacon Falls. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College. We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices
Yeah.
like we have 13 district courts.
Didn't read history, Madam Vice President, did you? And by the way, go read it, folks. It's interesting when FDR was getting slapped down judicially and legislatively back in the 1930s by some of the New Deal stuff, and he said, yeah, I'm going to pack the court, and a bunch of Republicans got all their hair on the back of their neck up about that, and it didn't turn out well for FDR, who'd be spinning in his grave if he saw what was happening to his party today. How are you? Hour number 2-203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I just found an essay here by a reader, a columnist named Trent England, USA Today from 2019. So heading into the 2020 election at the tail end of Trump 1.0. And there was a debate here, too, because, again, there was the backlash of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton back in 2016. And this person writes, quote, credit the American founders with setting up a system of limited government with checks and balances. The Senate makes sure all states are represented equally, even low-population states like Wyoming and Vermont. The Electoral College makes it impossible for one population-dense region of the country to control the presidency. Yes, that's what it's for. This is why Hillary Clinton lost in 2016. They only bitch about this when they lose. That's me saying that, not him. Instead of winning over small-town Americans, she amassed a popular vote lead based on California and a few big cities. She won those places with huge margins, but lost just about everywhere else. And the system worked. The Electoral College requires more than just the raw vote to win. It requires, and here's the thing, that this is why campaigns don't like it. A lot of them don't, because you got to spend money here. It requires geographic balance. This, in turn, helps protect rural and small-town Americans. Yeah. Now, having said that, can you tweak the system? Yes, I think you can. To me, there are two states that do it better here. Maine and Nebraska. All states except Maine and Nebraska use a party block voting or a general ticket method to choose their electors, winner take all. Do you know that Maine and Nebraska are the only two states that do it differently? Maine and Nebraska choose one elector per congressional district and two electors for the ticket with the highest statewide vote. So they both have 4 members of Congress. So what happens is the two of them are given to the candidate or candidates or ticket with the highest statewide vote, and then an elector is designated by who wins the individual congressional districts. Maybe that's a better way. Seems to me that our previous vice president may want to say something like that and said, well, how did she put it here? I'm sorry, just one more.
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College.
All right, revisiting. I'm into that. Maybe revisiting is a way to say this without kind of saying it. You know what I mean? Anyway, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And the reason I brought this up, and I'm going to stay with it for a few more minutes here because, boy, do we have other stuff to talk about. Maybe the reason this is being done here is to energize the vote on one side, maybe when you're afraid to go into policy. Now, give her credit, maybe the Electoral College thing is as close as she wants to get to policy if she runs. By the way, new poll came out. couple of days ago. AOC still number one among Democrats, followed by the guy I told you to watch for a couple of years ago. What did I say? People laughed at me on the show and online. Pete Buttigieg. Well, I don't know whether Americans are going to like the guy. He's gay, Well, maybe they won't. I don't know. There's still some people out there that may not cotton to that, as people say. I don't know. I don't know. There have been other openly gay world leaders. Doesn't matter to me. I couldn't care less if you paid me large amounts of money. But Pete Buttigieg is now, I think, in this latest poll in an individual state or nationally, running second to AOC. Good on him. They're both in the 20s. Chris Murphy's nowhere to be found. But write another book, Chris. Write another book and talk about loneliness, because this one has really helped.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo. When you're injured in an accident, one of the first questions is, how much is my case worth? Here's the truth. Our firm's been fighting for clients for over 85 years, and anyone who gives you a quick answer doesn't know what they're doing. Understanding your situation is key. Your injuries, medical bills, time missed from work, and more. Our team has the experience to get you the best results, and we don't get paid until you do. Don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society. If you're thinking about selling your home in New Haven or Fairfield counties, ask John Garbuti and his team with Garbuti & Company Realtors about John's cash offer program. It's a simple alternative to the traditional home sale. No repairs, no staging, no endless showings. Sell on your timeline. Avoid the uncertainty of the open market and see if a cash offer is the right fit for you.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut, thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth's 18 and under prize provided by the Bridgeport Harbor Marina. Visit bluefishtournament.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No major accidents across lower Fairfield County. Both 95 and the Parkway, not bad. Stamford to Norwalk, both roadways jammed pretty heavy as you get into Westport. That's all volume. Fairfield side on the Parkway, building by the rest area, getting up into Trumbull. Route 8 looks pretty good. New Haven County, okay, both 95 and the Parkway. If you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I can't help but laugh. And I really shouldn't laugh because it was a tragedy. I can't help but think of the irony here of that commercial we just ran for the Lamont campaign. I'm not commenting on the governor's reelection chances or whether I'm going to vote for him or not, but that soundbite of him, and I kind of remember that soundbite where he's saying, hey, ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe. Really? Really? Including the Bridgeport police officer and his girlfriend, who I guess has kids already, that was hit and killed allegedly by a high, drunk, speeding illegal. And I can't tell you the number of posts I saw on social media and people messaging me going, boy, that commercial's not going over too well. I said, well, gee, And by the way, have you noticed everything that a high-ranking, aside with Mr. Alves, the mayor of Danbury, he said the other day, showing a tone deafness that is amazing, saying, well, the fact that she was undocumented or illegal doesn't change the facts of the case. You notice how many Democrats have kept their mouths shut on that? Has the governor said anything about that? Now, maybe he has. I don't know. I missed it. Has the governor said anything? Has the lieutenant governor, Susan Bysewood, said anything? How about our esteemed attorney general, Mr. William Tong? Have they said anything about the speeding, high, drunk illegal that killed 2 people in Danbury the other day? Have we heard anything from our leaders on that? Oh, I didn't think so. Mr. Tong, is he going to sue somebody on that? He loves to sue people. It's sad. It's sad. Those 2 people should have still been alive, except for the fact that are for years under presidents of both parties, our immigration laws were either not adhered to, or as my father used to say, his favorite phrase, one of Dad's favorite phrases, you're doing it half-assed. Don't do that. But yeah, if some high-ranking elected official in the state other than Mr. Alves says anything, let me know, will you? Because I was looking all over the weekend and I couldn't find anything. Is there any expression of sorrow or of condolences from somebody in our government who, doesn't really take this sort of thing seriously, except that they want ICE on? I got to tell you something, folks. I listen. I don't know why I feel this way. I just do. There are a lot more people. Now, you can have your own misgivings with it. I understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. But there are a lot more people who are okay with what ICE is doing, especially here in Connecticut, than will say it. They just are. Just the way, at least the first time he ran, when everybody said, hey, there's a hidden Trump vote out there, and it turns out there was. But Hillary wouldn't listen to her data guy, who, if you read the book Shattered, he was trying to tell him, hey, whatever you see from Trump, add 3 or 4 points, and they brushed him off. Well, the same thing with ICE. The same thing with ICE. Whether you like it or not, trust me, there is an underground acceptance and a gratitude of what ICE is doing by a lot of people who would never admit it to you, or the other guy over there. And again, it's when you see people, and this has happened across the country, and this has happened here in Connecticut, when the presence of somebody who should not be here causes, sadly, and it's a sad thing. I'm sure she didn't mean to kill anybody last night, but listen, a lot of people do stuff they didn't mean to do, but it often ends up in a end of life, whether it's a motor vehicle, drugs, alcohol or whatever. I'm telling you, there is a very quiet, hidden approval of what ICE is doing. You get out of the major cities and into the suburbs, and you got people going, well, you had X amount of years to straighten this up. See, this is why I say if you want to get out in front of the Republicans for 2028, the Dems need to come up with a workable plan now. Don't wait 2 or 3 minutes. Don't say, well, we're doing our focus groups right now and all that. No, get off your rear ends and start talking about it today. And talk about it. Don't say, don't come at me with, Hitler or fascism or Gestapo. Come out and say, you know what, this system's screwed up. Take some ownership. That's the best thing the Democrats could do right now. Take a little ownership and say, hey, we haven't been able to fully meet the moment. How's that sound? Does that sound researched enough? We haven't met the moment on immigration, but you know what? In 2028, we're going to. And then put something out there that people can go, yeah, it's not too bad. I can go with that. You know what my idea is? I say it all the time. You don't grant citizenship, legal status. Permanent legal status, but you don't get to vote. That's it. Your kids are born here. God bless them. They're Americans. Or you came over the right way. Good for you. But if you've been here for 10, 15, 20 years, you overstayed a visa, whatever, but, you've been clean, you've worked, you paid taxes. All right, you can stay here, but there's got to be a little punishment here. You don't get to vote.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, still doing okay from Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Both roadways slow into Westport. Northbound on the Parkway, a little bit heavy up by the Fairfield Rest getting into Trumbull. Route 8 still looks good. No problems on the connector. A quiet trip up into Derby, Shelton, and further north. 95 in the Parkway, okay. New Haven County. 84 looking good. Danbury into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, on the break, I'm going to post a letter from the chief of police in the city of Milford, Chief Keith Mello, regarding as he puts, the evolution and oversight of Milford's automated or automatic license plate reader program. Because coming up tonight, I guess, Milford City Hall, it's the first of the month meeting of the Milford Board of Aldermen. It's either going to be at 7 or 7:30. And there's going to be a public comment period on this. Now, I'll come back. There was an essay that was posted in the Connecticut News Junkie from the two gentlemen who had the Chiefs of Police Association, and we've had some of those folks on before, saying, hey, we know you're upset at having these plate readers out there, but they do solve crimes. And I will list for you some of the crimes that they directly attribute to being solved because of the plate readers. So for a lot of you people that want these license plate readers gone, now, there are some people who say keep them but clamp down on them. Okay, I get that. But a lot of you people, particularly in the city of Milford, want them gone. So then you're okay with some of these crimes not getting solved? Is that the way it is? Because you can't say, well, we want the cops to solve crimes, and then the cops say, well, this helps us do that. Well, no, but we don't want you to do it that way. So we'll come back with that.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Despite Iran denying there are direct talks with the U.S., they are not only going on, says President Trump at the White House.
I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
President's company, Trump Media, is launching a new feature that critics say is corrupt, an example of a president making money off of his office. ABC's Peter Harlambus.
Now, the president's company is selling instant access to Trump's social media posts through a service designed for big financial firms that could make millions from having Trump's announcements milliseconds faster than their competitors.
Hundreds of homes are reported burned to the ground by wildfires, say fire officials in Spokane, Washington. Two Republican senators who delayed the Todd Blanche nomination for Attorney General say they're now satisfied that Blanche has met their demands and that a Judiciary Committee vote is expected tomorrow. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The New Haven Fire Department is working to identify a teenager found in the West River. They believe it could be that of missing teen King Best. A body matching the 13-year-old's description was discovered around 6 a.m. by two fishermen. It was near where Best was last seen, and firefighters quickly removed him from the river. The body's identity cannot be officially confirmed until the chief medical examiner performs an autopsy. A pedestrian is dead after being struck by a vehicle in Stamford. Police say 78-year-old Carmen Ilapa was walking across Progress Drive near Stillwater Avenue when she was struck by an SUV on Friday morning. Ilapa was taken to a hospital where she died. No charges have been filed against the driver. A 12-year-old child is injured after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. Police say the victim was riding an electric bicycle on Welch's Point between Midwood and Long Island View when he was struck by a Subaru Forester Sunday morning. The victim was taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries, and the driver of the Subaru, 60-year-old Robert Norden, was booked for operating under the influence. The number of deadly motorcycle crashes in Connecticut is on the rise. Connecticut State Police say 17 deadly motorcycle collisions have taken place statewide this year as of Friday. That marks a 112% increase over the same period in 2025. The Waterbury Water Department says 2 water main breaks have been repaired. They say water is being restored slowly as pressure needs to build throughout the system before it's fully functional again. The first break happened Friday on Tompkins Street, and the second break happened while repairs on the first break were being made. The full line was restored on Saturday morning. The city is still handing out water bottles until the system is fully restored and flushed, and Mayor Paul Pernarevsky says the city will be conducting water quality tests. The Connecticut Department of Transportation is awarding 11 towns $16.8 million in grants. The grants are part of the state local bridge program, which will support 13 bridge rehab projects throughout the state. So far, the program has awarded more than $180 million in grants for bridges in 2026. The Department of Transportation says the state is roughly 4,200 bridges. Stamford is receiving more than $3.7 million to rehab West Broad Street over the Rippowan River, while Fairfield and New Milford are both receiving more than $2.5 million for repairs. Early voting for the August 11th primary election begins today. Roughly 100 early voting locations are open throughout the state until August 9th for registered voters to vote in person. Voters must be registered to a particular party in order to vote for that party's primary, and registered voters who are unaffiliated have until noon on August 10th to change affiliations. On the Democratic side, incumbent Governor Ned Lamont faces a challenge from Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott.
We can do better. Let's actually make healthcare, childcare, housing, and energy affordable. Make the billionaires pay their fair share.
I want you to believe in the state of Connecticut again. We've invested in our kids. We've invested in our cities. We have more new jobs created than ever before, and we've cut taxes.
In the race for the 1st Congressional District, incumbent John Larson is facing challenges from West Hartford State Representative Jillian Gilchrist, Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune, and party-endorsed candidate, former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. There is a slight drop in the price of gasoline in Connecticut. The average for a gallon of regular is $4.20. That's a penny less than a week ago. AAA reported the current national average is $4.09 per gallon. And the Connecticut Sun have traded away the 7th overall pick in last year's draft, Anissa Morrow, to Toronto. Morrow has 9 double-doubles on the year and is averaging nearly 12 points and 9 rebounds per game off the bench. In exchange, the Sun received the rights to forward Maria Kliandikova and a 2028 second-round draft pick. Connecticut is currently in 14th place in the WNBA standings, a game and a half ahead of the last place Seattle Storm. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, still doing okay from Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Both roadways slow into Westport. Northbound on the Parkway, a little bit heavy up by the Fairfield Rest getting into Trumbull. Route 8 still looks good. No problems on the connector. A quiet trip up into Derby, Shelton, and further north. 95 in the Parkway, okay. New Haven County. 84 looking good. Danbury into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, let's discuss this logically, huh? Let's not quiver and to think it's 1984 and the big bad federal government is coming for you, because they're not. All right? If you're not a criminal, if you play by the rules, your life to the feds is boring. You're not Austin Powers. You're not an international man of mystery. There are hundreds of thousands of us driving on the roads every day. And I would gather that most of you are not crooks. You're not thugs. You're not gangbangers. You're not jacking convenience stores or banks. You're not carjacking people. I would hazard to say that most people who listen to this program, I would hope, are decent people. And many of you may be heading to Milford City Hall tonight to go and input your thoughts, pro or con, on these license plate readers. Now, these readers have been used for years and years. Now, there are more and more of them getting installed because police departments are trying to multiply their force multipliers, they're called. And people say, well, just hire 5 or 10 more cops. All right. So you want your property taxes to go up? Oh, because then you'll bitch about that, right? But seriously, I'm being completely serious here. Don't act like an idiot tonight in Milford. Don't start screaming. Don't start saying it's 1984. Don't start saying it's a Gestapo thing. Here's what I want you to consider. And I was talking about this with somebody a little earlier in the station here. And yes, there have been too many reports of rogue police officers in some departments that are fueling the anger that people have on these systems. You've got guys and gals stalking ex-husbands and ex-wives with this flock system. Can that be done? Of course it can. And these people are being fired and prosecuted. So assume this. We hear tragically all too often about a controversial police shooting, and sometimes the cops are in the wrong. So when that happens, do we fire those cops and prosecute them? Yes, we do. Do we then tell departments their police can't carry guns? Of course we don't. We are able as adults to delineate the proper use and or the misuse of a tool. So let's segue over to what people are mad about. They say they're being surveilled. It's a violation of their Fourth Amendment. Now, let me just tell you this. I'm trying to be nice here. And if you doubt me, you can look it up. There have been numerous court cases all around the country. You can just have AI look it up for you. I asked AI to do this over the weekend, and it came up with like 8 major court cases that ruled on a constitutional basis in favor of these license plate readers. Now, has a definitive case gone to the Supreme Court? No. But please, there has been no proof, zero, of an all-reaching, far-ranging federal court ruling saying the use of flock cameras is illegal, it's unconstitutional. It's just not. In fact, one article I read said the courts have ruled just the polar opposite in many cases. Now, could that change someday? Sure it could. Secondly, if you're going to complain in Milford tonight about what the data does or where it goes, you've got a valid argument. You do have a valid concern. Absolutely. The data, the scans, what are they picking up? Can they, in fact, pick up your Wi-Fi in the car? Do these cameras have the capability of listening in on your phone calls? Maybe they do. I don't know. So again, that is a valid concern that I'm sure a number of people want to hear answers to tonight from, Milford city officials and the police and all that. I don't doubt any of that. But please, spare me if you want these things turned off. Let me give you an example here. There was a story, an opinion piece in the Connecticut News Junkie by Farmington Police Chief Paul Melanson and Chief L.J. Fusaro Jr. in Groton. They represent the Connecticut Chiefs of Police Association. So let me read this short paragraph to you. Then I'm going to ask you something. And it's a pretty simple question. In Connecticut, this technology has already produced real results, and the following examples represent only a handful of the many times LPR technology has helped law enforcement. In Fairfield, LPR data was used to solve a hit-and-run accident. In Berlin, it was used to identify a suspect in the robbery of an elderly woman. In Farmington, LPRs ID'd a vehicle involved in dumping large amounts of medical waste on the side of a road. In Weathersfield, LPRs helped locate a child after an Amber Alert was issued. And earlier this year, LPRs were used to find a senior citizen with dementia who had crossed state lines. Now, I ask you a simple question. If you get your way, do you want these cameras turned off and then things like that don't happen? So in other words, are you willing to get up there and to tell the family of that senior with dementia who had crossed state lines and was found with a license plate scanner or a series of scans, and they locked in on the vehicle and obviously dispatched local police? Are you willing to say, well, I don't like them, so your senior relative, who you obviously love, I would think so, was not found, and if that person was not found, I don't care? Because that's what you're doing. Would you be happy then to tell that elderly woman who was robbed that now, well, we know the license plate scanners were able to corner the person who did this in the town of Berlin? What about in Fairfield? Says here they used a hit and run. The hit and run was solved using LPR data. Really? So anybody who might have been injured in that hit and run, are you prepared to tell them face to face that, well, you know, I'm glad you're okay, but I don't want them to use the system anymore that solved your case? You all right with that? And maybe you are. I'm not saying that you can't have any misgivings about this system. And please stop with the Ben Franklin quote. I am begging you. There's this Ben Franklin quote that's going around, and a lot of you strunces out there, I had to stop myself there, are using a quote that is completely out of context. But if you're going to be at the gathering in Milford tonight, have open ears, have an open mind. You can do two things at the same time. You can admit these systems work to help cops, but you can also say, hey, officer or chief or mayor, whatever, what are we doing with this data? It's okay to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I got to tell you something. If you're of the group that wants these things turned off, when the police can read you chapter and verse of how these things work to keep you and your city and your town safer, and you want them turned off? I don't know. I just don't know.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
This August 9th, lace up, line up, and get ready to run by the sea at the Surfside Hotel Run for Wishes, brought to you by the Voice of Connecticut, WICC. Run or walk the stunning shoreline course in Stratford's Lordship neighborhood. Then kick back at Little Pub for food, drinks, prizes, and beachside vibes. Your race fee supports Make-A-Wish Connecticut, so sign up now at runforwishes.com. Don't miss the run, the sun, or the fun. That's runforwishes.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey. Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay? I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported just north of Wheeler Farms Road, getting up into Milford and towards the Orange Rest, seeing some delays. Not too bad 95 into New Haven County. Both 95 in the Parkway, very heavy out of Norwalk, getting into Westport. Route 8, Derby, Shelton, the Valley, looking okay. No major problems. 84 through Newtown and Danbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a guy who hates driving on the Merritt, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, tonight, 7 or 7:30, figure 7. It's probably better to get there earlier. City Hall in Milford for the comment session here. And I know there are probably people hearing me right now. I don't care, Paul. I want those damn cameras out. It's 1984. It's George Orwell. All right. But just understand, they are keeping your city safer. They are. Well, I don't believe that. Well, then if you don't believe the cops, then I'm not talking to you. I mean, if you don't believe the police, I'm not talking to you. Because there's nothing I can do sitting here at 10 of 4 on a Monday, August the 3rd here, 20 and 26. There's really nothing I can do to massage that out of you. And again, like I say, when cops misuse their guns, when men and women fire guns that shouldn't have been fired, tragically, there are killings that shouldn't have happened. Sometimes the state inspector general looks at that. Do we take the guns away from every cop? No. We try to ask for accountability. Now, to play devil's advocate here, Flock hasn't, and by the way, Flock is not the only company that does this. So if you're going tonight to that hearing in Milford, or if you're reading up on this, there are actually, I think, 4, 5, or 6 companies that do these cameras. Flock is the most popular one here. But some of the stuff people are saying about these cameras is just flat wrong. Somebody said they're tied in with the 5G antennas, and they run they open a personal file. I mean, come on. Do you have evidence on? Yeah, but it's what they do. And again, I'm just urging you to have an open mind on this, because you know what you're and you're going to get a cadre of people that are going to say, well, yeah, Paul, I know they use it to solve crimes, but so did repressionist countries. They were crime. I mean, come on, stop it. And I actually see people on social media saying, see, a lot of times they don't understand how this is used. They just don't. I was talking to a guy over the weekend, and he said, well, how does Flock help us? Well, you couldn't have done that. I mean, he's one of these, guys right out in the 1950s. Oh, they should use good old detective work. Good old detective work. Do you know how much that costs? Do you know how long that takes? You know how many witnesses you have to interview for some of these cases? Where at least with these cameras, if they're used lawfully and if they're used properly, they help the police develop a timeline. In other words, this vehicle was seen here at this time. And then 20 minutes later, this vehicle was seen here, parked right in front of the property where the alleged assault took place. And then this vehicle was picked up a half a mile down the road 20 minutes later, right around the time our victim said the alleged assailant left her or his property. So they use this to develop timelines. They don't care that you're out getting chicken and broccoli in a large wonton soup. They really don't. All right, maybe they don't. I doubt they do. Is it okay to be vigilant and say, hey, we don't want big government surveillance? Of course it is. Of course it is. But if you're going to, say, well, no, turn them off, then understand you are handcuffing the police. That's all I want you to do. And maybe you're not the most enthusiastic supporter. of the police, and that's fine. Maybe you've had previous, bad encounters or whatever. That's fine. But if you're going to this thing in Milford tonight, starting at 7, I believe, 7 or 7:30, or if it's happening in your city or town, maybe later on, or it's already happened, just go in there with an open mind and understand the conundrum here, because the cops are going to give you examples of how these systems have worked and what it would have done pre these systems being installed, what it would have taken, the money it would have cost, the police overtime it would have cost, the shaky timelines that they couldn't really assemble without visual evidence here. Understand that's going to be the downside of this, too. So I'll be interested to see what happens. We'll be covering that, obviously, later on today and also into the evening and tomorrow, too, as well. And I know people feel that they want a modicum of privacy. They don't want to be tracked or whatever. I get that. I understand that. I'm in no way, shape, or form trying to just blow off your feelings on this. I'm really not. It's scary for people to say, hey, wait a minute. So I was scanned how many 100 times last week? Yeah, I get that. I completely understand it. But understand, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Your city or town can say, all right, let's put more safeties, more regulations on who could see this data. That sounds pretty simple.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident about a mile north of Wheelers Farms Road. Delays go back to the Milford connector. 95 is the better ride if you're heading north into New Haven County. 95 in the Parkway, slow waves, Westport, Southport on 95 as well. Not too bad, lower part of the county. Route 8, just a quick tap getting up to the Commodore Hull Bridge in Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, before we go to news and traffic and weather together, Chris in Trumbull. Chris, you're on WICC. How are you? What's up?
Good, Paul. How are you?
Good, my friend.
I might be making a stretch, but I haven't heard anybody complain about the cameras that take pictures on the bridges on tolls. Mm-hmm. They're license plate readers.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard anybody complain about them. Should we take them down?
Chris, I think the reason...
That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Listen, yeah, there is a couple of things here. Chris, I think your point is well taken. Part of the reason there's this anti-flock or anti-law enforcement out there is because, yes, there have been some real jackballs out there in a bunch of police departments around the country, I think down south and a few in the Midwest, where you had officers there putting in the license plates of their exes, ex-wives, ex-husbands, and girlfriends and following them around. Cops have been fired for that, and that's what should happen. Fire them. Toss their asses out of the department and then prosecute them. Now, does that generate a fear in people? Yeah, it does. But to our caller's point, yeah, you are surveilled more than you know. And people are saying, well, it's the government. Well, it's really with these cameras. It's not. It's actually your local or town governments and your police department and your police commissions that you have much more access to, like tonight. Don't believe, I mean, my God, some of this stuff as a 5G towers, and they say these flock cameras can do a body scan on you. I mean, some of this stuff is pure tinfoil university. Go tonight, sit there with an open mind, listen to what the cops are saying, and tell the cops, listen, I want you to solve crimes, but what are we doing with all this data, Chief? Is this protected? And how often is that data wiped clean? That's it. Simple.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson.
This is the last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is the last chance for them to sign a good document.
A warning against Iran losing its head if it doesn't sign a deal with the U.S., says President Trump at the White House.
I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Despite Iran saying there are no direct talks with the U.S., President Trump says there are about the Strait of Hormuz.
We're talking about the strait, the opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow. Completely open.
Over the weekend, it was the 7th time Trump threatened major attacks on Iran, then pulled back, citing negotiations. The president's company, Trump Media, launching a new feature that critics say is corrupt, an example of a president making money off of his office. ABC's Peter Haralambous.
Now, the president's company is selling instant access that Trump's social media posts through a service designed for big financial firms that could make millions from having Trump's announcements milliseconds faster than their competitors.
The president's posts can move the markets. Word that Trump's company sued Capital One last year for allegedly closing nearly 400 bank accounts associated with Trump, claiming it was for political reasons. As part of the bank's push to have the case thrown out, Capital One is now arguing that the accounts were closed after a months-long review by its anti-money laundering team, not for political reasons. Hundreds of homes are reported burned to the ground, say fire officials in Spokane, Washington. Little or no containment on the wildfires, no known deaths, say fire officials. 2 deaths have been reported in the parasitic stomach bug outbreak in Michigan, says the state health department. Cases in the state have topped 11,000, nearly 200 admitted to hospitals. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
2 Republican senators who delayed the Todd Blanche nomination for Attorney General say they're satisfied that Blanche has met their demands by releasing written statements killing a proposed political compensation fund and immunity from IRS audits for the Trump family and others. ABC News Washington Bureau Managing Editor Catherine Falders.
This is a hurdle that he obviously needed to clear. It appears that he will clear it. The hearing is scheduled for tomorrow morning, but then he needs to be confirmed by the full Senate.
Sources telling ABC News that Iran may be linked to cyber attacks against the nation's water systems. Hackers said to have targeted wastewater safety in at least 7 states. ABC News contributor, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, Mick Mulroy.
Our water treatment facilities are something that are likely have looked at, and they are vulnerable because a lot of our systems that run these operations at these facilities are pre-cyber warfare, quite frankly. So these systems were put in place before that was a consideration. So we should take this as a wake-up call.
Summer vacation ending. Advice for parents on getting back into that school year sleep schedule from ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel.
Start 1 to 2 weeks before school starts. Try moving up that bedtime, but for some kids, moving the wake-up time earlier might be even better. You can start in small increments, such as 10 to 15 minutes.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
More than 35 school districts, including Stratford, Norwalk, and New Haven, are embracing the artificial intelligence program Magic School this coming fall. New Haven Public Schools is joining the growing list after a successful pilot program citing the platform's ability to translate classroom materials into 98 languages and help teachers with lesson planning, feedback, and other daily tasks. District leaders say the platform includes strong privacy protections that comply with Connecticut student data laws, while schools are also teaching AI literacy and digital citizenship to ensure students are using the technology responsibly and ethically. Liberty Bank is embracing AI by hiring a new chief AI officer. Mark Sylvain has been appointed to the first-of-its-kind role with the bank. He will be in charge of the bank's new internal function called the AI Center of Excellence. The idea was introduced in June, and the bank says it will be responsible for ensuring all AI initiatives align with business objectives, regulatory expectations, and risk standards. Sylvain is from Boston and earned his MBA from the Edinburgh Business School at Heriot-Watt University. Liberty Bank has over 50 locations throughout Connecticut and western Massachusetts. And early voting for the August 11th primary election begins today. Roughly 100 early voting locations are open throughout the state until August 9th for registered voters to vote in person. Voters must be registered to a particular party in order to vote for that party's primary, and registered voters who are unaffiliated have until noon on August 10th to change affiliations. On the Democratic side, incumbent Governor Ned Lamont faces a challenge from Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott.
We can do better. Let's actually make health care, child care, housing and energy affordable. Make the billionaires pay their fair share.
I want you to believe in the state of Connecticut again. We've invested in our kids. We've invested in our cities. We have more new jobs created than ever before, and we've cut taxes.
In the race for the 1st Congressional District, incumbent John Larson is facing challenges from West Hartford State Representative Jillian Gilchrist, Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune, and party-endorsed candidate, former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, a better ride getting out of Milford into Orange. We had a right lane accident just prior to the Orange rest. Looks like they got that out of the way. Northbound on the Parkway, a little bit heavy in through Westport. 95's a good ride. Stamford and Norwalk, slowing Westport, Southport. Route 8, no major problems up into Derby and Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College. We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts.
Well, why do they want to change the rules? Hi, everybody. Hour number 3 coming up, 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. The 4 o'clock banana has been consumed. I did it off camera today. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Those suggestions you heard from the former Vice President of the U.S., Kamala Harris, who was at a meeting at the National Urban League, I think that was last Friday in Nashville, and she raised a few eyebrows, saying, hey, you know, this whole Electoral College thing that Mr. Trump won, well, that's got to go. The one that he also won when he defeated Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Listen, I understand that you can be, I mean, there's frustration when you lose. I get it. But is this how the Democratic Party gets back on the core principles here? Or is it legislation? Is it better ideas for things? You say, well, Paul, what are you so concerned about the Dems? Because when the Dems are normal, the Republicans tend to be normal. When the GOP is somewhat normal, the Democrats tend to be normal. There's a great equilibrium in this whole thing. So that was from last Friday at the National Urban League Convention in Nashville. And my thought is, would she still be saying that if she won? Now, you know what the answer is to that. No. And it's not even a kind of case where the president won the Electoral College but lost the popular vote. Whether you love him or hate the guy, he won the Electoral College. He won the popular vote, though razor-thin margin. And he won all 7 swing states. So is this now going to be a plank? And I'm starting to see this now. Let's get rid of the Electoral College and pack the Supreme Court. Are we going to go through this again? Along with hating Jews and Israel? Is that what it's going to be like for 2028? Oh, my God. JFK, where have you gone? LBJ, where have you gone? Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, FDR, Harry Truman. Mind-boggling. So I figured, I heard this over the weekend, I said, you know what, I'm going to ask my erudite listeners about this. Former VP Kamala Harris has suggested or looked into or revisit, as she says, adding 4 justices to the Supreme Court and eliminating maybe the Electoral College. What are your thoughts on those 2 ideas? Now, her wording was a little more delicate than mine, but hey, I'm doing mine for effect. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Chris has been looking over what we have here. Chris, how are you? What's going on?
Modern history, the count of justices was tied 1-1 to the number of districts, and that is now off, 9 verse 13. That's what Joe says. Sure, let's have Trump nominate them this week, Troy says. She is an idiot, says Dana.
Be nice. Be nice.
Well,
yes.
That's what it
I
says.
know, I'm just
I expect stupid stuff to flow out of her mouth. Only those who see their party sinking away would want the electoral removed, and only those who want to cheat would change the court. We don't need an election decided by 6 big cities. That is from Ed. John said, I thought she was eliminated from running again. The Electoral College has outlived its usefulness, from Carlos. For the Supreme Court, term limits, 18 or 20 years, and that's it. And Nicole said, if you eliminate the Electoral College, then we should return to ranked voting, where the most votes gets highest seat, second highest votes gets second highest seat, and so on.
By the way, thank you, Chris. I just did a quick check here while you were giving us those responses. The U.S. Supreme Court has kept a steady size of 9 justices, 1 chief, 8 associate justices, continuously since 1869. So there you go. So this is not anything that's been recent here, but I guess when you lose and you can't come up with a cogent policy to put you over the top, I guess this is what you do. I don't know. I don't know. She could have got, now again, this was just one excerpt. I do not know what she said about things like immigration, about things like taxes, but that's the whole point. When this is cherry-picked, and, it was probably cherry-picked by some no-good conservative, I'm kidding. But you got to get out there with policy, and it's not too early. It is, I don't want to say, well, it's 2 years out. No. Because if you don't get out there quickly, who's going to keep flooding the zone, as it were, and keeping you back on your heels? The guy in the Oval Office right now.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens, Ford, Lincoln, and Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to wheel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Harbor Marina, and Little Pub.
We are in the midst of hurricane season here in Connecticut, and let me be real, it's not over until the beginning of November. We've already seen our fair share of storms, including what happened on July 4th. It's time to get that free tree risk assessment I tell you about all the time from my friends at K&J Tree Service. We had the free tree risk assessment done last year, and it gave us such peace of mind going into the winter, the spring, and now hurricane season. And what's cool about K&J Tree Service is they only have certified arborists come out to check your property.
We only send licensed arborists to the property to do those health assessments. And certainly there's so many things that we can do aside from just take a tree down.
You can call Ricky and his team at K&J Tree Service by calling 203-248-TREE or just go to kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment. No obligation to do the work, but definitely gives you peace of mind and a better understanding of how healthy your trees are or are not on your property and how likely they are to come down the next time a storm rolls through. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Head to voiceofct.com and sign up your office for free breakfast delivered from Cakes by Sonia. It's the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, a better ride getting out of Milford into Orange. We had a right lane accident just prior to the Orange rest. Looks like they got that out of the way. Northbound on the Parkway, a little bit heavy in through Westport. 95 is a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk, slowing Westport, Southport. Route 8, no major problems up into Derby and Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The radio station Bridgeport has listened to for 100 years. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Alrighty, we'll get back to open phones momentarily. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, our regular Monday check-in with our buddy, our pal, Terry Cowgill of the Connecticut News Junkie, and also from Substack.com with his blog, Red Meat for Mushy Moderates. All right, we're telling you, growing anger about these Flock cameras, although Flock is a brand name. There are 5 or 6 different kinds of automatic license plate readers. And a big meeting tonight in Milford. People are ready to voice their opinions, pro or con or whatever. Going to get a law enforcement point of view on all this as to how that information is usually used. Our buddy, our pal, Ken Gray joins us, professor of practice, Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at the Henry C. Lee College of Criminal Justice at the University of New Haven. We've had Ken on the show and on the station numerous times. He is a retired former special agent to the FBI. Hey, Ken, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, Paul. Good to be with you once again.
Ken, thank you for taking the time. Are you surprised that there is such a blowback now on these Flock types of cameras? Is it because so many more departments are putting them in and they see how useful they are? And or are we getting those publicized cases, Ken, frankly, of some police officers not using these things properly?
So these are license plates being collected up by a private company, which is in turn selling that data to towns and police departments. It's also available to other buyers of this type of information. The pushback is the loss of privacy. That is, this kind of data, that is large amounts of data, is available to be analyzed, to put together patterns that people are out there going shopping or they're out traveling around doing business. And you can tell an awful lot about a person if you have a number of points of data. So privacy concern is an issue here. Normally, police departments have to get either a subpoena or a court order to obtain certain types of information. In this case, they just buy it. They're paying for the service, but nonetheless, it's very valuable information to police departments. We saw in here just last week up in Cheshire, they identified a vehicle that drove across one of their fields, causing $5,000 worth of damage.
Oh, I saw that. So they solved that with a plate reader? Really?
With a license plate reader from a Flock system. Brown University, when the shooter went into Brown University, shooting and killing several students and injuring others, once they got a description of the person, they were able to follow that person to a car and get a license plate with the Flock system there. So they are very useful for law enforcement, but there is very little restrictions on the use of this kind of data, and it can be abused. So in some cases, police chiefs have been arrested after the fact for using Flock data to be able to stalk people.
Sure.
And so just like any type of system, you can abuse it. But as I say, this as opposed to something like NCIC or running a plate through the database to determine who is a subscriber of that place, there are specific rules on the books to restrict how you can use that, and you have to have legitimate law enforcement reasons to run a plate. In this case, you don't have to have anything. All you have to do is pay for the service.
And Ken Gray, so walk us through and walk my listeners through how police use this. In other words, my guess, Ken, is I've had officers tell me, well, this is kind of a force multiplier, and by putting a plate that comes up with a hot hit in the system, a lot of times, Ken, it's about developing a timeline, right? And saying we saw this suspect here, so we can assume this and put together something for a prosecutor or a court case, right?
Well, let's look at the Nancy Guthrie case. In that particular case, there were no Flock cameras in this area. By the way, I'm using Flock as a generic term in this case.
Yeah.
As you pointed out at the beginning, there are a number of companies that are selling this kind of service. Motorola Solutions, Plate Smart, there's others that are selling this type of service. But in the Nancy Guthrie case, if they had a flock camera in that neighborhood, or even on the main road going into that neighborhood, they would be able to limit the pool of suspects in that particular case. Instead, they were having to go door to door and see whether or not a Ring camera or any other home security system happened to catch the vehicle and would be able to provide identification information. So these can be used to show a particular car at a particular location at a particular time. And if you have a number of flock cameras around in an area, you can show that that car is traveling around from one point to another point to another point and be captured at those individual locations at those individual times. And so you can build up data over a person. Flock maintains 30 days worth of data in their system. And so a police department can go in there and inquire a specific plate and see every time it shows up on one of the flock cameras. Now, in some places, you only have a couple of flock cameras in a town, and other places you have numerous ones.
And Ken, this must be distressing to some police officials when somebody under their command abuses this information, and B, they cannot get perhaps the guarantee that this stuff won't be sold, yet they're probably sitting in their offices going, my God, we have solved some of these crimes using this stuff. I don't, as a police chief or as a commander or whatever, I don't want to lose this system because, Ken Gray, I mean, obviously, despite all the controversy, they do use it to solve crimes, and it works.
This is an extremely valuable system for law enforcement. However, as I say, it's a private company that is selling this data to police departments. And so there is very little control over who gets to look at the data. What do you need to be able to look at the data? They pay for the service. They can get all that data that they hold either on a daily basis, a weekly basis, or up to 30 days. Now, some states have, and some towns and cities have placed restrictions on police departments saying that you cannot, for instance, provide this data to ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And so there you see an attempt to at least restrict this kind of data to a specific recipient of that data. But remember that license plates on cars can be seen by anybody that's standing on the street. I can stand there and I can write down a plate every time it goes by. Well, these are automated. They're capturing everyone that drives by, a description of the car, the plate on the car, and that data can then be queried to be able to put together patterns.
Ken Gray, as usual, thank you. Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at the University of New Haven, retired FBI Special Agent. Ken, as always, we love your perspective on this, and I'm sure we'll be talking more about this down the road. Ken, be good. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Anytime.
All right, there you go. Well, there you go, folks. There's got to be a balancing act here between how effective this is, or these plate scanners are, for solving crimes, for getting the bad guys and gals off the streets, versus some amount of security that your data is not getting used in any way, shape, or form as it would be illegally.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, a better ride getting out of Milford into Orange. We had a right lane accident just prior to the Orange Rest. Looks like they got that out of the way. Northbound on the Parkway, a little bit heavy in through Westport. 95's a good ride. Stamford to Norwalk, slowing Westport, Southport. Route 8, no major problems up into Derby and Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
From a child's first day of learning to a senior finding friendship, Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport is there every step of the way. For 140 years, Hall Neighborhood House has been a pillar of support for the Bridgeport community, providing early childhood education, after-school programs, STEM learning, family resources, and senior services. The true measure of Hall isn't the number of programs it offers, it's the lives those programs have transformed. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, when we come back from news and traffic and weather together, I have a story for you folks who work in human resources. You're going to love this one.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. A warning to Iran if it doesn't sign a deal with the U.S. from President Trump at the White House.
I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
On talks with Iran about the Strait of Hormuz.
We're talking about the strait, the opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow. Completely open.
Critics say a new feature from the president's company, Trump Media, is corrupt, an example of a president making money off of his office. It will sell instant access to Trump's social media posts to big financial firms that could make millions, having the announcements milliseconds before competitors. Hundreds of homes are reported burned to the ground by wildfires, say officials in Spokane, Washington. No deaths reported. 2 deaths have been reported in the parasitic stomach bug outbreak in Michigan, says the state health department. This is ABC News.
WICC 600 and 95.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
The New Haven Fire Department is working to identify a teenager found in the West River. They believe it could be that of missing teenager King Best. A body matching the 13-year-old's description was discovered around 6 a.m. by 2 fishermen. It was near where Best was last seen, and firefighters quickly removed him from the river. The body's identity cannot be officially confirmed until the chief medical examiner performs an autopsy. The number of deadly motorcycle crashes in Connecticut is on the rise. Connecticut State Police say 17 deadly motorcycle collisions have taken place statewide this year as of Friday. That marks a 112% increase over the same period in 2025. A pedestrian is dead after being struck by a vehicle in Stamford. Police say 78-year-old Carmen Ilapa was walking across Progress Drive near Stillwater Avenue when she was struck by an SUV on Friday morning. Ilapa was taken to a hospital where she died. No charges have been filed against the driver. A 12-year-old child is injured after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. Police say the victim was riding an electric bicycle on Welch's Point between Midwood and Long Island View when he was struck by a Subaru Forester Sunday morning. The victim was taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries, and the driver of the Subaru, 60-year-old Robert Norton, was booked for operating under the influence. There is a renewed push to remove speed enforcement cameras and license plate readers in the city of Milford. At the scheduled Board of Aldermen meeting tonight, there will be plans to discuss the possibility of moving said license plate readers and speed enforcement cameras. Sarah Wood from the group D-Flock Milford spoke about the concerns that she and fellow residents have.
No one is denying that speeding is dangerous. The question is whether Milford's answer should be cameras that mail a bill after the fact, or a growing network that records our plates, that watches public spaces. We can slow cars and protect people without needing to track everyone.
However, the speed cameras have already issued more than 16,000 citations, generating at least $1 million in fines and fees. Police say Woodruff Road recorded the most speeding violations, with more than 26,000 in just over 2 months. Officials say speeding in camera locations has dropped 71% since the program began. Tonight's meeting begins at 7:30, and there will be opportunity for public comment. The Waterbury Water Department says 2 water main breaks have been repaired. They say water is being restored slowly as pressure needs to build throughout the system before it's fully functional again. The first break happened Friday on Tompkins Street, and the second break happened while repairs on the first break were being made. The full line was restored on Saturday morning. The city is still handing out water bottles until the system is fully restored and flushed, and Mayor Paul Pernarevsky says the city will be conducting water quality tests. Luke Bronin is hoping his ascent in politics leads all the way to Washington, D.C. His resume is littered with high-profile stops at Greenwich Country Day School, Phillips Exeter Academy, Yale Law School, Rhodes Scholar, and Mayor of Hartford. His main opponent is incumbent Connecticut 1st District Congressman John Larson, who is touting his upbringing in the Mayberry Village public housing complex and says Bronin's upbringing is from a life of privilege. Bronin refutes that notion and says the people saw him work hard for 8 years as mayor of Hartford. West Hartford State Representative Jillian Gilchrist and Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune are also on the ballot for the Democratic primary set for August 11th. Hartford Healthcare is launching a new program designed to help certain patients from their own homes. The system is called Cadence, and its technology will use AI insights and clinician oversight to help patients with high blood pressure, heart failure, and diabetes. President and CEO Jeffrey Flax says he believes the future of healthcare is in the patient's home. He calls the new technology a, quote, game changer, and says that it will help people, quote, live their healthiest life. And the Darien Little League beat Waterford 7-4 on Sunday to win the Connecticut State Championship. They are heading to the Metro Regional for the first time since 1966, with a chance to go to Williamsport. Catcher Hugh Butler hit 2 home runs for Darien, including a solo shot in the first inning and a 2-run blast in the bottom of the 5th, which were the final runs of the game. Last year, the Fairfield National Little League All-Stars finished 3rd in the world in Williamsport. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 southbound into Seymour, getting into Ansonia. It looks like some left lane emergency construction. We have delays going back to the bridge. 95 in the Parkway, really not too bad out of Stamford, getting up into Norwalk. Both roadways slow into Westport. New Haven County, 95 the Parkway, for the most part not too bad. Patchy volume eastbound 84, Danbury into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Alrighty, 203-333-9422. How many of you folks out there work in human resources, HR, right? It's sometimes although I know the people that do it on this level, like a corporate level, are very good and they love doing it, but that's tough, man. and you come in, you have to sit in the office there and field complaints from people. You've got to be one of the gatekeepers if somebody is getting harassed at work, and Lord knows we meaning all of us listening here to the radio station out there, we all know a lot of us sometimes have to take these online webinars once a year. I do it for this company, and a company I work for on the side basically says, hey, don't be an idiot. You can't say this. You can't do rude jokes. Can't comment on a guy's dress or how a woman dresses. Just do what I do. Hey, good morning. How are you? And then go to your workplace. That's it. Hey, it's lunchtime. Hey, how you been? Good day. All right. See you later. Phew, I'm back. I don't. People say I move around here very quietly. I do, and it's for a damn good reason. How about this, though? This is in the CT Insider page of Hearst. Bill Cummings, the author. Connecticut Comcast workers, according to a lawsuit, tied low performers to chairs and smashed pies in their faces. Oh, God. What would make anybody think this is a good idea? I'll just read the story here. And you folks out there who have dealt with employees, who have dealt with HR, you can probably sit back and enjoy this. A former Comcast employee is suing the company for allowing coworkers to, I'm sorry, I'm just getting a visual here, to smash cream pies in the faces of low-performing workers while they were tied to a chair in a back room of the retail store. What? I'll read that again, just so you heard me the first time. A former Comcast employee now, suing the company, we got that, for allowing coworkers to I'm just getting a visual here, aren't you? To smash cream pies in the faces of low-performing workers while they were tied to a chair in the back room of a retail store. David Figueroa of Meriden, a former Comcast employee at the Plainville retail store, filed a lawsuit July 9, Superior Court in Meriden, seeking compensation in excess of $15,000 for abuse allegedly suffered at the hands of coworkers. The reason they put $15,000 on is there are certain levels of damages you seek, and I think the highest level is a minimum $15,000. But they don't exactly say. I think that's confidential what you're suing for. According to his lawsuit, that store, the one in Plainville, had a policy, quote, to tie the lowest-ranked sales consultant for the prior month to a chair in the back office and thereafter assault that person by violently smashing a cream pie into their face. The lawsuit, oh boy, this is... hey, if Xfinity, just write the check. The suit said a store manager ranked sales staff and ID'd who was to be assaulted for poor performance. Wow. The defendant's conduct, that defendant, of course, is Xfinity in this case. The plaintiff is Mr. Figueroa here, caused him to suffer damages, including but not limited to lost wages, compensatory damages, economic damages, loss of employment benefits, damage to his reputation and emotional distress, as well as a loss of enjoyment of life. The offensive behavior, the suit said, began on the onset of Figueroa's employment on February 2nd and continued to his discharge on February 27th. A spokesperson for Comcast said via email the company has zero tolerance for harassment, humiliation, or any behavior that compromises a respectful and safe workplace. This matter is in litigation, so we will not comment on the specific allegations other than to say we disagree with the claims in the complaint and its categorization of the alleged events and intend to fully respond through the legal process. Now, the suit added, now this is interesting in discovery here. The suit added these assaults were videotaped. We don't use tape anymore, but, a video recorded tape has been gone for 20 years. Lord knows I still have a lot of them at home, though, collecting dust. The suit adding, quote, the assaults were videotaped, and these policies had the purpose and or effect of substantially interfering with the plaintiff's work performance and or creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive working environment. All right, Bill Cummings' story, Connecticut Insider, Connecticut Comcast workers tied low performers to chairs and smashed pies in their faces. Where's the truth here? I don't know. I don't want to say it's somewhere in the middle because you don't know. It could be complete crap. It could be 100% true. But if it's 100% true, let me ask you something. As we sit here on this Monday, the 3rd of August, 2026, right here on Connecticut Today, let's just, and I'm not taking anybody's side here, the plaintiff, the defendants being Comcast, Xfinity, and this supervisor, whatever, at this store. If this, in fact, is the truth, what in the hell would make somebody do that? Unless it's deeply seated anger or what? I mean, especially in the year 2026, maybe in 1976, you could get away with this. But I'm sure if does anybody now, I know you may not want to come on the radio with your voice because of legal problems, but if you've worked in HR and you've had interesting things to deal with, like I worked somewhere where there was a major HR kerfluffle over perfume and cologne, which is nothing to be scoffed at because some people react to something that you and I might not even smell. But that's about the worst I remember. Well, no, there's one other thing worse that I'm not going to talk about, but didn't involve me. But have you ever dealt with anything like this? I'm going to ask the question only because I have to. At 4:45 here, traffic and weather together, Wall Street and all that. Have you ever smashed a pie in an in a cream pie in an underperforming coworker's face?
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire. Bankers Life, we care about your Medicare. From confusion to clarity. Bankers Life, the call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. Bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Despite Iran denying any talks with the United States over opening the Strait of Hormuz, the president insisted that was the case, and stocks rallied and oil prices fell today, with the Dow jumping 693 points to 53,178, the S&P up 110 to 7,600, and technology stocks bounced, pushing the Nasdaq up more than 2% or 540 points to 25,913. Oil fell $4.51 to $80.16 a barrel, holding at 83.73 in London. That pushed long-term bond yields down as well to 4.68%, and the dollar slightly firmer, moving a little higher against the Japanese yen amid joint U.S.-Japanese intervention to support the Japanese currency. Gold and silver up just a little bit. It's going to be a news-heavy week. A lot of earnings, a lot of economic data, culminating, of course, in the unemployment report on Friday. The market's digesting all this and looking to see whether or not the earnings will continue to surpass expectations by the same amount they have thus far.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Emergency right lane construction stop on Route 8 getting out of Seymour and Dansonia. Heavy delays going back to the bridge. It's about 20 minutes to get through there. Northbound's not too bad out of Shelton getting into Derby. 95 and the Parkway in pretty good shape. Stamford up to Norwalk. Both roadways slowing through the Westport exits. 95 some patchy volume. Milford getting up into Long Wharf in New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Millard Nissan of Fairfield, weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Can you imagine? I mean, I'm sorry. I know it's not a huge major story, but it's one of those things where, especially in the year 2026, you sit back and you say, who in their right mind? And again, I'm just going by the published reports here, because somebody may hear this, and we're referring to a story I just did before the break of a worker is the plaintiff in a lawsuit saying that he was humiliated when he worked for a short time for Comcast Xfinity in a Plainville store because they had the, he was ranked low or the bottom rung of sales. So they tied him to a chair and smashed cream pies in his face. I don't know. Listen, I'm no corporate executive here. I'm no headhunter. I seem to think, though, that's not the operative thing you want to do. Just me. But other than the fact that it happened, you have to ask yourselves and wonder, like, again, we have to keep saying this is all alleged. It's so crazy. It sounds made up, but I don't know, man. You go and you file that lawsuit. That's billable hours if you don't get some sort of a settlement there. And it was, again, filed, on July 9th, so a little bit less than a month ago, and somebody finally probably went through the books or somebody tipped them off here. Now, if you go back to the Mad Men days, and yeah, we get that, but even back then, I don't think that the people of that era were smashing pies in people's faces, but I could be wrong. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. See, that's why, and again, whether it's here at Connoisseur, the great salespeople we have here, or the outstanding salespeople at any station I've ever worked over 43 years, God bless you, because I can't sell. I tried it once or twice, and it's just not. As you can probably tell by what I say on this show, I'm kind of an impatient person. And the one thing that I have heard from salespeople who do it well or very well or fantastically well for decades, and I don't care whether you're selling radio, TV, online, digital, we sell it all here at Connoisseur. But even if you're out selling, if you're a food wholesaler, if you're trying to get purchases from major stores, if you're a supplier, I don't have any patience. I just don't. I mean, I'd be like the kind of guy that went in there, hey, who do you represent? Okay, here are the products. Here's how much they cost. What do you want? And for all you folks out there in sales, God bless you. Seriously. Seriously. And I know you probably have these same old accounts, a lot of them in some businesses, your staples that you know at the beginning of a sales year, you're going to get X amount of thousands out per year, and that probably takes care of your salary. But God bless you for telling people, hey, how much of this do you want? And then when they come back and say, yeah, and this is, and again, I'm not casting aspersions on anybody. But I heard a talk show host say this once, and it's really true. When it comes to sales, and when it comes to having to be the low or the high man or woman on the totem pole, the one thing that I could not stand in the short time I tried it here is, what can you do? Like, what kind of a price can you give me? And I heard a very good talk show host say once, I forgot who it was, but I laughed out loud when I heard this. Somebody said, hey, can I try that tact at McDonald's? Hey, it's dinner night out with the wife and kids, so let me have 4 Big Macs. All right, sir, 4 Big Macs. That's, right now it's what? It's a Big Mac. $6, something like that, $6, $7. I don't know. All right, sir, $7 a piece without tax. That's $28. But then you're taught to say, I guess, well, what kind of deal can you give me? No. And a host I heard said once, he goes, "What is this with asking for a deal? Can you go to McDonald's and ask for a deal? Hey, come on, pal, I ordered 6 McChickens here. Give me a break. Give me 1 free." Doesn't work that way. Why? Can you imagine if you opened a fast food joint and you were allowed to bicker or go back and forth on prices? All right, sir, that's 4 double cheeseburgers, 4 fries, and 4 beverages. That's $60. Now, how about $50? Can you imagine that? Like you're buying a car. Now, somebody should try that. Now, see, I should go home tomorrow, and call my lawyer friends and say, hey, who can copyright that? Because somebody's going to hear this, and they're going to say, hey, come to McWiggles where you can bargain with us for dinner.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Emergency right lane construction stop on Route 8 getting out of Seymour and Dansonia. Heavy delays going back to the bridge. It's about 20 minutes to get through there. Northbound's not too bad out of Shelton getting into Derby. 95 in the Parkway in pretty good shape. Stanford up to Norwalk, both roadways slowing through the Westport exits. 95 some patchy volume. Milford getting up into Long Wharf in New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, I'll have 15 Big Macs for the Little League team, but hey, I'm buying 15. Can you give me 5 others? No, how's that going to work? Man, oh man. Now, sometimes cooler heads will prevail, but you folks who do sales out there, God bless you. I mean that seriously, because I will be the first one to quickly admit I don't have nearly the amount of patience you account executives do. And I understand dealing, depending upon what the business is, if you're selling high dollar medical equipment, you're not exactly dealing with people who, are missing teeth and mouth breathing. I understand that. For all, not to be ashamed of people who don't have a full set of teeth, hey, I'm missing 1 or 2, but they're way in the back. The dentist said to me, you don't need anything back there. Really? He goes, yeah, chew up front. Seriously. He said, yeah, I could put an implant in there. It's $2,000 and you won't notice the difference. So, although I do have one implant that covers an area that was a couple of damaged small molars. And man, best medical decision I ever made in my life. Man, them implants is good. If you have a good doctor, good dentist that offers it to you, I'm telling you put it in, you put the post in, the post hardens up, you screw that new tooth on there, and 5 minutes later, you're like, this is sweet.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. A last chance warning to Iran if it doesn't sign a deal with the U.S. from President Trump at the White House.
I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. It's very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
On talks with Iran about the Strait of Hormuz.
We're talking about the strait, the opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow, completely open.
President Trump also again insisting without evidence that vandalism was involved in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool case, criticizing the U.S. attorney handling the investigation.
I was disappointed with Jeanine Pirro, really disappointed with Jeanine Pirro. She folded like an umbrella.
The Justice Department dismissed charges against a man, saying documents from the Interior Department indicated botched work by the contractor. The president's company, Trump Media, is launching a new feature that critics say is corrupt, an example of a president making money off of his office. ABC's Peter Haralambous.
Now the president's company is selling instant access to Trump's social media posts through a service designed for big financial firms that could make millions from having Trump's announcements milliseconds faster than their competitors.
2 Republican senators who delayed the Todd Blanche nomination for Attorney General say they're satisfied that Blanche has met their demands, and a Judiciary Committee vote's expected tomorrow. Blanche said written documents indicating a proposed fund that could have compensated January 6 rioters was dead. Hundreds of homes are destroyed by wildfires, say fire officials in Spokane, Washington. ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane.
More than 7,000 acres burning. Home after home burned to the ground. Residents and their family members are coming back to find what's left.
No known deaths, according to fire officials. Crude oil prices closed lower. Wall Street's major indexes closed strongly higher. The Dow adding 693 points. The S&P up 110. You're listening to ABC News.
That'll be 84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight, starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now, more news.
Russians could follow you up, says ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
In a new alert, Microsoft is warning that it identified widespread compromise of Wi-Fi networks at hospitality-related organizations. Russian-backed hackers will use hotel Wi-Fi networks to target travelers. The hackers create these fake pages that look like real Microsoft 365 logins. Then they'll steal your credentials or send malware.
With the Dodgers completing a blockbuster trade, ESPN baseball reporter Buster Olney now expects a lockout.
The owners say they want more competitive balance. I think it's more about controlling cost, but that's the reason why they're going for the salary cap. And on the players' side, the leadership is saying we will not allow a salary cap. I think, yes, a lockout of December 1st is inevitable. The question is, will we lose games next spring? It does feel like it's at risk because of the fact there's no middle ground.
Drivers illegally on cell phones in their cars are getting surprised, says ABC's Wayne Cabot.
A police officer in Dunellen, New Jersey, has been hiding in the shrubs, blending in to catch unsuspecting drivers. The police posting on Facebook, "Did you spot our shrub today?" Police say that hiding in the weeds is way more effective than sitting behind the wheel of a patrol car.
74 tickets issued Wednesday alone. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 12-year-old child is injured after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. Police say the victim was riding an electric bicycle on Welch's Point between Midwood and Long Island View when he was struck by a Subaru Forester Sunday morning. The victim was taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries, and the driver of the Subaru, 60-year-old Robert Norden, was booked for operating under the influence. The New Haven Fire Department is working to identify a teenager found in the West River. They believe it could be that of missing teenager King Best. A body matching the 13-year-old's description was discovered around 6 a.m. by 2 fishermen. It was near where Best was last seen, and firefighters quickly removed him from the river. The body's identity cannot be officially confirmed until the chief medical examiner performs an autopsy. Luke Bronin is hoping his ascent in politics leads all the way to Washington, D.C. His resume is littered with high-profile stops at Greenwich Country Day School, Phillips Exeter Academy, Yale Law School, Rhodes Scholar, and Mayor of Hartford. His main opponent is incumbent Connecticut 1st District Congressman John Larson, who is touting his upbringing in the Mayberry Village public housing complex and says Bronin's upbringing is from a life of privilege. Bronin refutes that notion and says the people saw him work hard for 8 years as mayor of Hartford. West Hartford State Representative Jillian Gilchrist and Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune are also on the ballot for the Democratic primary set for August 11th. And the Darien Little League beat Waterford 7-4 on Sunday to win the Connecticut State Championship. They are heading to the Metro Regional for the first time since 1966, with a chance to go to Williamsport. Catcher Hugh Butler hit 2 home runs for Darien, including a solo shot in the first inning and a 2-run blast in the bottom of the 5th, which were the final runs of the game. Last year, the Fairfield National Little League All-Stars finished 3rd in the world in Williamsport. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
It's up on Route 8. Looks like they wrapped up the emergency construction getting out of Seymour and Ansonia. Delays are easing going back towards the bridge. 95 in the Parkway, not bad. Stanford and Norwalk, both roadways slow through Westport. A little bit slow on the 8 and 25 connector coming off 95. 95 busy both directions through Long Wharf. Eastbound 84 busy out of Middlebury into Waterbury. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield, weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, how are you? How you doing? All right, it's hour number, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, hour number 4, the 5 p.m. hour has begun. It is up and underway at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Hope your afternoon and early evening are looking out okay. Couple of major topics we have had on the program today in case you are just joining us. One, I wanted to go over a couple of comments made earlier a few days ago. In fact, over the weekend, former VP Kamala Harris, who may run again, said, hey, this time she's going to be a little bold out there.
For example, and I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular, we need to revisit the Electoral College. We need to revisit the point of expanding the court to 13 justices like we have 13 district courts.
How about if, Madam VP, if you stifle the leftist Jew-hating anti-Semites that are now dominating your party? Why don't you do that? That might be a little bit more settling than trying to revisit or reimagine or, whatever adjective she used there regarding the Electoral College, which progressives and the Democrats only hate when they lose. You ever notice that? Did they complain in 2020 when Joe Biden won fair and square? Yes, I do think he won. Stop this with the election was stolen. There's no, China. Well, yeah, maybe China hacked the voting rolls. What'd they do with it, sir? Sir. So, yeah, that seems to be a little distressing when a former VP said, hey, we have to reimagine or something or other with the Electoral College, the only system that gives a smaller or medium-sized states an equal footing against large, heavily populated, mainly all blue states. Okay. I guess we're going to do that. And also, we have been discussing I guess, a meeting coming up tonight, getting underway in about 2 hours in Milford City Hall. Behave now. A lot of people are going to have a public comment on what the cops are doing and not doing with the license plate warning systems and scanning systems, which I don't care what anybody says, they are helping to solve crimes. But as we just discussed last hour with our buddy Ken Gray, some people have valid concerns about the data. So we'll keep an eye on that. And, of course, Melissa Sheketov on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program will be commenting on that tomorrow morning as she goes over what happens tonight. 203-333-9422. I got this text. Surveillance cameras. Now, these are not the license plate readers. These are the speed cameras. Surveillance cameras resulted, and these are accurate figures here. In Milford, surveillance cameras resulted in 16,000 issued speeding tickets in 1 month in Milford. Yeah, they did. Maybe people should slow down because they tell you where the damn cameras are. These aren't hidden in bushes. How many times on this program have I told you people, avoid these locations if you don't want to deal with the speeding cameras? You don't consider that a 1984-style Orwellian takedown of the people driving in Milford? No, I don't. I don't. I just don't. The cops told you for a month where these things are. And they said in 1 month, we're going to start sending out real tickets. Well, Paul, some of the people being stopped aren't from Milford. Well, I get that. And maybe they should pay attention to the news. Or if they are the sons and daughters and relatives and co-workers of people that live in Milford, maybe they should say, hey, if you're coming to my house, don't go through X, Y, and Z because, all right, you want to say it's a speed trap? I guess you can. But sometimes traps don't work for animals who are smart. What number is too much? I don't know. You tell me, but the cops are saying in these areas, speeding is down. They keep saying it. The speeding is down by 83% or something like that. You know, all cars, I'm pretty sure that in this country, according to what NHTSA says, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, I don't think you can sell a car without a brake pedal and a speedometer. Whether it's analog or digital, I prefer actually both because I've got both on my car. But having said that, that brake pedal, it does wonders to keep your money from having to be given out to the city of Milford. What number is too much? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's too much. My sense is that by this time next year, there'll be a lot less speed. There's already a lot less speeding. Like I said, what do they say, 83% or something along those lines? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, understand there's two different delineations or a delineation. One is the license plate readers. That'll be the although I guess some of these interest groups are also going to complain about these speed cameras in Milford tonight. So listen, we'll see. Listen, no system is perfect. It's not. Very few things are perfection on this earth, or in the city of Milford for that matter.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
If you yell at your security system, this commercial is for you. Frustrated your security cameras don't connect, your motion sensor lights don't cooperate, your thermostat has a mind of its own? Trouble-based property protection consulting has the guy for you. PCC is your personal security company, making your home security and technology work together for security cameras, motion sensor lighting, thermostats, and garage doors. Start at ppcalarms.com. Set up your free consultation. Property Protection Consulting. ppcalarms.com.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
The summer sale is happening now at Courtesy Carpet in Monroe. As your local family-owned flooring store, Courtesy Carpet is offering savings on select carpet, waterproof flooring, hardwood, laminate, and more from trusted brands like Shaw and Mohawk. Planning a summer home project? Stop in and let their friendly, knowledgeable team help you find the perfect floor for your home and budget. Financing available. Hurry, the summer sale ends Labor Day. Visit courtesycarpet.com. At Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season's flying by, and right now we're in a heat wave. Don't miss any of these great upcoming shows. Friday, August 7th, you don't want to miss the legendary Rod Stewart with Richard Marx at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Saturday, August 8th, Billy Idol rocks out the Mohegan Sun Arena. Sunday, August 16th, the iconic Diana Ross performs at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Saturday, August 22nd, St. Kesha at Mohegan Sun. Sunday, August 23rd, you got a pair of shows to pick from. Andy Grammer at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford and The Fray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, August 25th, Squeeze performs with Adam Ant at Westville Music Bowl.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Dutchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Dutchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Up on Route 8, emergency construction wrapped up out of Seymour getting into Ansonia. Delays have eased out considerably. Northbound 95 in the Parkway, quick tap here and there out of Stamford up into Norwalk. Both roadways still busy into Westport. New Haven County's not looking too bad. 95, the Parkway, 84, not too bad through Newtown into Danbury. Hall Neighborhood House celebrating 140 years of hope, opportunity, and community. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years. Learn more at hallneighborhoodhouse.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The news you need and the talk you want on the radio station trusted for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And right about this time every Monday, we start off a new week with our buddy, our pal, Terry Cowgill at ConnecticutNewsJunkie.com, where he talks about a lot of local stuff, and also Substack.com, red meat for mushy moderates. Mr. Cowgill, good afternoon, sir, and how might you be today?
Good afternoon, Paul. I'm doing fairly well. You know, I do think that Jerry Seinfeld did a bit on going to the deli or the bagel place and trying to negotiate the price of what he was buying. And so maybe there is some precedent for this. You know, there was a car. Do you remember the car company called Saturn?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was part of their whole sales pitch. Was we don't negotiate the price. So you come into the Saturn dealership, and the price that we list there in the newspaper or online or wherever, that's the price that we sell it for, and that's it. No dickering.
Yeah,
and the company dissolved 15 years ago. So,
and it's too bad because they made a couple of nice cars, Terry. I don't know whether you still see them around, but there was a variant of a car they sold called the Saturn Sky, which was a 2-seat convertible, really neat car. And believe it or not, Terry, when Saturn closed up, as you said, like 15 years ago, you go online, you look at the Saturn Sky, great 2-seater. That was the last 2-seat sports car made by any American company. How about that, huh?
Wow. Well, that's too bad. I like the 2-seat sports car.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Not that many people do. So, yeah. All right.
Not really practical, but great up in the Litchfield Hills in this wonderful state of ours. Let's start with this. Let's start with your state issue today. Waterbury, again, another water main break. And Terry, I've talked to hard hats who work on this stuff, and they say some of these pipes are so old and they've never been closed or opened for years. This is inevitable to be happening over and over again.
Yeah, I think this is a symptom of a larger problem, you know? So, I mean, you know, there are lots of small water line breaks that occur every year in practically every city in America. And they happen mostly during the winter months when the frost line gets down a little too low and, you know, the pipes start to freeze and stuff. But Waterbury has had in the last, in the last year and a half, they've had 3 major water main breaks, including 2 just in the last week, and 1 in December that affected 1,000 residents.
Yeah.
They went without water for days.
Yeah.
The National Guard came in. I mean, this was a huge deal. And what I think is going to happen is you're going to see this kind of thing happening more broadly, not only across Connecticut, but across the country, because infrastructure overhauls like this are extremely expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a kind of thing where, you know, when the city council or the state legislature is putting together the budget and it's near the end, the negotiations are going on, and putting this kind of thing off is an easy decision to make because it's not an immediate expense that has to be done. And you can always just push it off in the future, sort of like Congress does with Social Security.
Yeah.
You know, they just push it off because they think they can get away with it. But eventually the bills come due. And I really think you're going to see more of these failures, not only of water, but other problems, other infrastructure problems, roads and bridges. And it is going to become a big problem if it isn't already.
Absolutely. And nationally, Terry and I, you know, a lot of us watched what happened with Dr. Fauci and members of Congress the other day. You know, Terry, I understand there are questions about this. And do I think we've gotten the complete story on COVID? No. Did they know more than they were leading on? Probably. Was there an effort not to disturb the markets and openly accuse China of something? Probably. You know how diplomats are. But I thought the thing was just a complete and utter, unabashed waste of time.
Yeah, I clearly it was because they knew that Fauci, they must have known in advance that he was going to take the fifth. And I don't blame them, you know, because yes, he did have, and you know, Rand Paul and others were saying, well, you have immunity, so you can't take the fifth because you have no legal exposure if you come up and testify before us. Well, that's not true at all, of course. If they can get him in the perjury trap and charge him with perjury, they could make a criminal referral to the Justice Department, and the Biden pardon wouldn't protect him at all because that only protected crimes while Biden was in office. It did not protect him against crimes that might have been committed after Biden left office. So I don't blame him at all for doing this. And I understand, okay, he downplayed the lab leak theory in public, and while acknowledging that maybe it was a factor in private. And you know, his diaries, I kind of felt creepy, you know, looking at his private diaries. I don't know why, but it just seemed like a strange thing. But I mean, if you're really going to look at somebody who said one thing in public and downgraded it to the public and or played it up to the public or vice versa, look at the president himself. I mean, he downplayed this virus and said it was confined to one person coming in from China, and we had it totally under control. It was going to go away in the spring with the warm weather. No need for a vaccine. But in private, all the reporting indicates he was freaking out over it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he was. Yeah, absolutely. So this is not unusual. And my theory about this, and you know, correct me if you think I'm wrong. This is. The midterms are coming up.
Yeah.
I think Donald Trump is very concerned that he's going to lose control of the House. And one of the problems is while Trump is still popular with MAGA is tiring of him, I think, in many ways because of the war and the high prices. Mm-hmm. And so they really don't want to I think that they might be hesitant to show up to vote in the midterm elections. Mm-hmm. And the Republicans need to find a way to motivate the base. And what is a better way to do that than throw out Anthony Fauci because he's like catnip to MAGA. I mean, they hate him with a passion that's just bizarre and inexplicable. And so that's what I really think this was. I think it was a political stunt designed to motivate the base. And get them really juiced up to come out and vote in the midterms, because you know how miserable Trump's life is going to be if the Democrats control the House Oversight Committee. Endless investigations, subpoenas for people who work for him. It's going to be miserable. and he does not want that to happen.
Oh, not at all. Terry Calgill, ConnecticutNewsJunkie.com, and also Substack.com. The blog is Red Meat for Mushy Moderates. Terry, be good. Thank you, and we'll chat with you next week, my friend. Be good.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
All right. This is Terry Calgill right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's up on Route 8, accident near the bridge in Seymour. Seeing delays both directions getting over the bridge. The emergency construction heading into Ansonia has cleared. 95, some busy pockets. Stamford, Darien, accident Parkway northbound near exit 5 on the Stamford-Greenwich line. Both roadways on the busy side in through the Westport exits. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut, thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. President Trump sounding like he's giving Iran one last chance to sign a deal with the U.S.
I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
On talks with Iran about the Strait of Hormuz.
We're talking about the strait, the opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow. Completely open.
The president's company, Trump Media, launching a new feature that critics call corruption. A president making money off of his office, selling instant access to Trump's social media posts that can move markets, designed for big financial firms that could make millions from having Trump's announcements faster than competitors. 2 Republican senators who delayed the Todd Blanche nomination for Attorney General say they're now satisfied that Blanche has met their demands, and a Judiciary Committee vote is expected tomorrow. An update on Wall Street. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A pedestrian is dead after being struck by a vehicle in Stamford. Police say 78-year-old Carmen Ilapa was walking across Progress Drive near Stillwater Avenue when she was struck by an SUV on Friday morning. Ilapa was taken to a hospital where she died. No charges have been filed against the driver. The number of deadly motorcycle crashes in Connecticut is on the rise. Connecticut State Police say 17 deadly motorcycle collisions have taken place statewide this year as of Friday. That marks a 112% increase over the same period in 2025. The Waterbury Water Department says 2 water main breaks have been repaired. They say water is being restored slowly as pressure needs to build throughout the system before it's fully functional again. The first break happened Friday on Tompkins Street, and the second break happened while repairs on the first break were being made. The full line was restored on Saturday morning. The city is still handing out water bottles until the system is fully restored and flushed, and Mayor Paul Pernarevsky says the city will be conducting water quality tests. Early voting for the August 11th primary election begins today. Roughly 100 early voting locations are open throughout the state until August 9th for registered voters to vote in person. Voters must be registered to a particular party in order to vote for that party's primary, and registered voters who are unaffiliated have until noon on August 10th to change affiliations. On the Democratic side, incumbent Governor Ned Lamont faces a challenge from Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott.
We can do better. Let's actually make health care, child care, housing and energy affordable. Make the billionaires pay their fair share.
I want you to believe in the state of Connecticut again. We've invested in our kids. We've invested in our cities. We have more new jobs created than ever before, and we've cut taxes.
In the race for the 1st Congressional District, incumbent John Larson is facing challenges from West Hartford State Representative Jillian Gilchrist, Hartford School Board member Ruth Fortune, and party-endorsed candidate, former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin. There is a slight drop in the price of gasoline in Connecticut. The average for a gallon of regular is $4.20. That's a penny less than a week ago. AAA reported the current average price nationally is $4.09 per gallon. More than 35 school districts, including Stratford, Norwalk, and New Haven, are embracing the artificial intelligence program Magic School this coming fall. New Haven Public Schools is joining the growing list after a successful pilot program citing the platform's ability to translate classroom materials into 98 languages and help teachers with lesson planning, feedback, and other daily tasks. District leaders say the platform includes strong privacy protections that comply with Connecticut student data laws, while schools are also teaching AI literacy and digital citizenship to ensure students are using the technology responsibly and ethically. Liberty Bank is embracing AI by hiring a new chief AI officer. Mark Sylvain has been appointed to the first-of-its-kind role with the bank. He will be in charge of the bank's new internal function called the AI Center of Excellence. The idea was introduced in June, and the bank says it will be responsible for ensuring all AI initiatives align with business objectives, regulatory expectations, and risk standards. Sylvain is from Boston and earned his MBA from the Edinburgh Business School at Heriot-Watt University. Liberty Bank has over 50 locations throughout Connecticut and western Massachusetts. Plans to redevelop Norwalk's Manresa Wilds have hit opposition from neighbors. The area was purchased by billionaire philanthropists Austin and Allison McCord in 2024, and the pair announced plans to clean up the pollutants before opening it up for public access. The initial phase of building trails, picnic areas, and an outdoor classroom is already under construction, but after submitting their final vision for the property, the potential uses have some neighbors concerned. The McCords have submitted plans for a hotel, amphitheater, restaurants, parking garages, and a performing arts center. Residents recently protested at a recent city meeting, asking for more vetting on impacts from traffic, noise, and pollution. There is a renewed push to remove speed enforcement cameras in Milford. At the scheduled Board of Aldermen meeting tonight, there will be plans to discuss the possibility of removing license plate readers and speed enforcement cameras. Sarah Wood from the group D-Flock Milford spoke about the concerns that she and fellow residents have.
No one is denying that speeding is dangerous. The question is whether Milford's answer should be cameras that mail a bill after the fact, or a growing network that records our plates, that watches public spaces. We can slow cars and protect people without needing to track everyone.
However, the speed cameras have already issued more than 16,000 citations, generating at least $1 million in fines and fees. Police say Woodruff Road recorded the most speeding violations, with more than 26,000 in just over 2 months. Officials say speeding in camera locations has dropped 71% since the program began. Tonight's meeting begins at 7:30, and there will be opportunity for public comment. And the Connecticut Sun have traded away the 7th overall pick in last year's draft, Anissa Morrow, to Toronto. Morrow has 9 double-doubles on the year and is averaging nearly 12 points and 9 rebounds per game off the bench. In exchange, the Sun received the rights to forward Maria Klienvikova and a 2028 second-round draft pick. Connecticut is currently in 14th place in the WNBA standings, a game and a half ahead of the last-place Seattle Storm. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported near exit 5 coming out of Greenwich into Stamford. Not too bad after that till you get up to Westport. Delays getting in through Westport, patchy volume Fairfield side. 95, some delays out of Stamford, heavy up by Sherwood Island. Route 8, a little bit of company up into Shelton, Derby, and an accident still reported south on Route 8 near the bridge in Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and as Chris mentioned on his news there, very important. Chris was right on top of it. That meeting tonight, Milford, 7:30, about the speed cameras. Don't act like a chooch. Okay? Don't be a stroons and don't be a stuna. Don't go yelling at the police chief, screaming that it's all hooked into 5G towers and it's all a fascist experiment. No, they're looking for crooks. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't, with a good nature, be concerned about the data. That's what you should be asking about. Be respectful. Don't be a moron. Start screaming at the chief and everything, because trust me, and I know you have data concerns. Your life is not that exciting. The feds don't care about you. If you're going to get chicken and broccoli and a half a pound of gabagool, you're not the people they're scanning for. Okay, I hate to tell you, you're not international men and women of mystery. No, you're not going to be in the. I guess there's going to be another Austin Powers movie. Is that what I read the other day? How about no? Cinematic excellence. How can we not have another Austin Powers movie? Gene in Stratford is here. Gene, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paul, how are you today?
Gene, I'm doing all right, man. It looks like you had a nice weekend. I saw your photos. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I thought I'd see you down at the Pizza and Brew Fest.
No, I work on the weekend somewhere else, so I had a little tight schedule this weekend. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bummer. Hey, but it's just like fishing. You threw a piece of bait out there, and you caught my attention on this infrastructure to Waterbury. The gentleman you interviewed was really spot on. Yeah. The sore part of the subject is all these breaks in Waterbury and all these other places. I mean, what do they cost? I mean, we don't have funding to do what we need, but it's a blank check when a contractor comes in, time and material 24/7 to get water back in, and they're racing to other states to get parts and material. It's just, I mean, how do we bring awareness to our legislatures, the funding that's needed? It's not just Waterbury. I live in Lordship. A paving project ended up collapsing a pipe out near the airport. And the airport was closed, and the road it was a very crucial pipe to getting water to both sides. It was closed from May till October. $6 million, I understand that cost.
Wow.
So,
wow. And the municipalities have to find that money unless they get it from the state. And Gene, and you and I have talked about this. I would be. And, Gene, I see the crews with your hard hats, like they put the big long pole down there and they start turning it. And, my God, these valves, in some cases, right, Gene, haven't been touched for decades. Of course it's going to snap and break, right? Right?
Well, Waterbury, the recent breaks was one of their main feeder lines. And regretfully, It was put in the 60s, and it was a type of pipe that was supposed to be the Rolls-Royce of pipes, but it's not. It's failed all over the country. It's called pre-stressed concrete pipe, and it's a bad choice, but it's not going to get any better. It's just you're on borrowed time. And the 40 breaks they had, I'm sure, cost more than $1 million a break. And the sad part is I put a post up a couple weeks ago. Yeah. And if you just look back at the money that was spent in downtown Waterbury on beautification projects. Yeah. I mean, there's crucial infrastructure, but I don't know if you mix politics in with it, I guess crucial infrastructure doesn't get your votes. When you get park benches and nice paver bricks and street lights and bike lanes. But we're in for a rude awakening here. I mean, the money does not go far, and it's just sad. They were working in a hospital in Waterbury, and the water went out, and people in the middle of surgery. I mean, it's just. I mean, personally, it's a municipal-run system. I mean, really, is it time to get it privatized? I mean, when you see Connecticut Water, a regional Aquarian, I mean, they'll have their occasional breaks, but not these crisis after crisis. Yeah. They're very much more into monitoring and maintaining their system. So Waterbury's got a tough choice, but I feel sorry for the people.
Yeah. Gene, good to talk with you, man. Thanks. Be good, pal. Appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, like Gene said, some of these, what did he say? That pipe in Waterbury was in 1960s? It's 60-something years. Constantly filled, constantly in use. The hard water, the buildup and everything. And you see these crews where they put that long pole down there, and you see the valve access in the street on and off. I'm saying to myself, walking over those the other day, what was the last time somebody even worked the joint to make sure it does? I guess it's all on borrowed time. You're just crossing your fingers.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
I'm Sarah. I'm 7 years old and live with my mom and grandma. I miss school, and I really miss the cafeteria. There's always food there. Summer is hard for us. There's never enough food at home, so we go to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission Cafe. Sometimes it's our only meal. Thanks to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we have a place to go on tough days. But they can't do it without your support. Will you be our hero and provide a meal when we need it? Please donate to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Thank you.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported near exit 5 coming out of Greenwich into Stamford. Not too bad after that, so you get up to Westport. Delays getting in through Westport. Patchy volume Fairfield side. 95, some delays out of Stamford. Heavy up by Sherwood Island. Route 8, a little bit of company up into Shelton, Derby, and an accident still reported south on Route 8 near the bridge in Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and
and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422. Governor Ned Lamont, a big lead over all of his challengers, according to a new Sacred Heart University WFSB Connecticut Insider poll finds. There's a nice trifecta there. My friends at Sacred Heart, Channel 3, and the Connecticut Insider at Hearst. 1,000 registered voters in the state were surveyed. That's a nice sample for just a statewide. And let's see. The numbers are for the primary: Ned Lamont 57%, Josh Elliott 22%, unsure 20%. So unless the governor's numbers absolutely crash, which they won't, he will be the nominee of the Democrats. And the general election, Ned Lamont 50, Ryan Fazio 29, unsure 20. So, like anything, it looks like this is going to be a 60-40 race in the end. The ceiling for Republicans in this state right now is 40, 41, 42%. And that's, listen, I'm sure the red towns will go red and the blue cities will go blue. And then you'll reelect all the Democrats in Hartford, and 6 months in, you'll be bitching about, your public benefits charge. No effort, absolutely no effort, none, for a long-term, cogent strategy on where this state's energy policy should be in 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years for our kids and our grandkids. And then I'll ask you again, as I have for umpteen years on programs like this, who'd you vote for? When you return the same people to office who so far have done nothing, why are they going to start suddenly doing something? What if they can keep their gigs and not have to do anything? Why would they start caring? Why would they start caring? What amount of craziness is bouncing around in your head to think they're going to suddenly care about your electric bill? No, they are hell-bent on keeping that special public benefits charge because of this program and that which is fine. Just be honest about it. Don't come out there and say, well, we're looking for ways to lower costs. No, you're not. No, you're not. If you had any balls or any appendages there within, you would, as some people are saying, and as Ryan Fazio says, you sue Kathy Hochul. In New York, you sue the governor and you say you're stopping us from being energy independent here. And the governor says, well, I prefer to talk. Really, Governor? How's that worked out? You prefer to discuss things with Kathy Hochul. Now, again, it's not going to change, you folks. You'll be sitting here, hopefully all together, we will, God willing, 4 years from now, saying, hey, Governor Lamont didn't really do anything about electric, but you think he's going to do something? They will do, the ruling Democrats will do nothing because they don't want to tick off the environmental group because that means votes. I get it. It's politics. I get it. I understand it. Then stop saying you're concerned about energy costs. Why is that? Well, because if you were concerned, you would at least fake doing something. You would at least fake doing something. You don't even do that. It's mind-numbing. But again, screwing yourselves once a month with your Eversource bill or your UI bill, that's worth it because I'm sticking it to Trump. Tim in Hamden. Tim, how are you? We only got a few minutes, sir. What's up?
I was wondering if you had some. I loved you called up, and I think you. Tim just called him. I better. Anyway, so in the words of Governor Lamont, I'm rolling up my sleeves and ice. Get off my lawn.
Yeah.
Get off my lawn. You don't get your ball back.
Yeah.
Anyway, you were talking about infrastructure, which is such a sexy thing to talk about. I know that in Providence, they had wooden pipes. I am not kidding you. They had wooden pipes.
Yeah.
And they were there for the longest time.
Of course they were.
I haven't checked on. And then, they did something and they started to do it here. I haven't checked up on it. There's this thing called combined sewer overflow, which is essentially the sewer system, you've got your sanitary sewer, and then you've got your street sewers.
Okay.
Well, in, about 4 times a year, you get those two mixing together.
Okay. All right. We don't need, it's dinner time, Tim. We don't need, okay.
No, I know, but so their proposal was to take these gigantic tunnel bearing machines to think of, the tunnel over in New Haven that you drive through and put them down and pump the bad sewage down there till they can process it, bring it back up and process it. And all that stuff. We just say, a lot of us are saying, it'd be almost cheaper to give everybody a rain barrel or something, to capture
all right, Tim.
all the rain.
Tim, I do have to run. I'm up against the time-wise. I want to get one more. Yeah, could you imagine that? Yeah. Well, again, the point is because we keep putting this stuff off because it's really expensive. Oh, man. Last call today. Make it good. Joe in Newtown. Joe, what's on your mind?
Hi, how you doing, Paul?
Hey, Joe, what's up?
Comment regarding, when you talked to Terry a little while ago.
Yeah.
2 things regarding, I don't know, unless there's a new poll out. The last poll I saw, MAGA voter support is still very, very high.
Yeah, the base is there. The base is there.
For Trump. So I don't know what he's talking about there. I mean, still very, very high. And secondly, when he said that Fauci, his appearance was a political stunt. Well, let's face it. If this knucklehead didn't write his diary, and brought out all these, questions, of course they got to bring him in and question him because, in my opinion, he lied. I mean, he lied about a lot of things. And again, it's not a political stunt. They had to bring him in.
Yeah.
If he hadn't written the diary, that's one thing. But this guy this guy thinks he's so powerful and untouchable that he could write a diary and talk about the truth.
Joe, the problem was, and Joe, thank you for the call, appreciate it. The problem was, I guess, Joe, to your point, the diary was written on a government computer, is what Joe, thank you, and that, you're right there. It was written on a government computer, and some people said, well, technically it wasn't really a diary. So I guess that's what gave Rand Paul and the committee the access here, that if you're doing, it's just like if I call some of my political contacts and I say, hey, could you give me some info on this candidate? They're not allowed to do anything election related if it's a state of Connecticut phone or a terminal, so we have to chat just on background on a personal email or another phone number. It's basic. So, Joe, your point is, people are saying, didn't he think, did anybody warn him and saying, hey, doctor, anything personal, you got to do at home. So maybe that, And the other thing, and I don't know if you remember, but way at the beginning of this, I played some cuts of him. He was on Channel 5 in New York. He was on Fox 5 right in the early part of 2020 when COVID was finally starting to rev up. And he specifically told, I think it was Greg Kelly, Ray Kelly's kid at Fox 5, the local Fox in New York, saying, masking is not going to help here. And I said, wait a minute. This is a kind of an aerosol virus here, and you shouldn't wear masks. And I remember saying to myself, folks, I said, I'll bet you they're worried about people making a run on the masks. And again, and he admitted that we didn't have enough of the PPP, the personal protective stuff, whatever that was. We didn't have enough of that, and they knew it. And I guess he was saying what he thought would be said to, what do I keep saying? Calm down the craziness on the markets. But you lie like that initially, and it's tough. It's just tough to get back. It's tough to get back credibility. It's not easy. It really isn't. All right, let's put a ribbon, a cap, or a fat bow on this one on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported near exit 5 coming out of Greenwich into Stamford. Not too bad after that till you get up to Westport. Delays getting in through Westport, patchy volume Fairfield side. 95, some delays out of Stamford, heavy up by Sherwood Island. Route 8, a little bit of company up into Shelton, Derby, and an accident still reported southbound Route 8 near the bridge in Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Any showers ending this evening, clearing after midnight in the 60s. Sunny, warm, and less humid tomorrow in the low 80s. Partly sunny on Wednesday, a late day thunderstorm with a high in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Need roofing, siding, gutters, or chimney repair? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaking chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. Right now, payments start as low as $99 per month. Call today 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, make me one more promise. What's that old song they used to sing? Oh, promise me. Too many weddings. If you're going to the big meeting tonight in Milford, 7:30 at City Hall, I guess the Board of Aldermen and the chief will be there talking about the speed cameras and the license plate readers. Don't act like a chooch. Don't act like a cabone. Don't take anything in there you shouldn't take. Just listen to what the chief says. Respectfully air your concerns about the data. When the chief says, "Hey, we've solved the X, Y, and Z crimes with this," take him at his word. Say, "Okay, chief, but what are we doing with the data?" That's all. No chooches from this audience. No cabones. All right, Tom. Thank you on the traffic. We've got Mr. Piorek on the weather today. Thank you on everything else. The world famous, you know him, you love him, Chris Williams. We are back tomorrow at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck.